Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5, The Fanatic.
Good Thursday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salchunas. Midday show, 97.5 The Fanatic. And oh, what a beautiful day this is, because I am broadcasting live from the old stomping grounds. Leah Corus Walk, right in the heart of Temple's campus, Temple University. I'm outside of Maxie's. Spent a lot of nights at Maxie's during my time here. So, you know, it's good to be back. I feel so good to be back. The only thing that I'm upset about is that Ray's back at the studio because Ray has these similar feelings and thoughts of this beautiful campus as I do. But you know, that day will come, Ray. Don't you worry. It is a beautiful day. It is a chilly day, and we're getting set for Eagles-Cowboys. So yesterday, the show was all about the Eagles-Cowboys rivalry, right? We talked about whether or not it still had the same juice as it has in years past. Of course, it's nowhere close to what it was in the 90s, okay? Now, a lot of that is because the Cowboys were winning Super Bowls, and so we were kind of, you know, we were a little brother, and we were always fighting upward and hoping to go 2-14 as long as those 2 wins were against the Cowboys. Well, those days are gone. The days are now, I want to go 14-2, and if I lose 2 games to the Cowboys, so be it. At least I'm going to the playoffs with home field advantage and the number 1 seed. So that day of the rivalry is gone, and it's really been gone ever since the Eagles won the Super Bowl. I know a lot of it, you know, the Cowboys haven't done anything since the 90s, right? So even the early 2000s and the early 2010s, like it's been year after year after year, the Cowboys falling short. But the 2017-18 season where the Eagles win the Super Bowl, finally that you guys haven't gotten any rings yet, like that's gone. That argument is dead for Cowboys fans. That's all that they could still hang on to because the Cowboys have been irrelevant since the mid-90s. And so now post-Super Bowl, the Eagles have done nothing but win. They've been successful. They've been to 2 Super Bowls since the 2017-18 season. One they won, one they lost. They've won multiple division titles. I know it's been 18 years since we've seen a back-to-back division title in the NFC East. I think that ends this year. I think that streak's over. Been saying that since the beginning of the season. The Eagles will go probably 12-5. The Cowboys will probably go 11-6. Or if the Eagles go 11-6, the Cowboys will go 10-7. They're 2 good teams. So that rivalry in terms of division winner is still there, but the Eagles-Cowboys, like that Buddy Ryan hates the Cowboys, that's gone, right? Like Nick Sirianni said it best during his press conference. He's just taking it as any other week because if he didn't, you would then start saying, what, did you take the Jets lightly because you didn't care as much about the Jets? So he's handling this game just like it's any other game, and that's the best thing for the Eagles. So tomorrow it will be a football Friday. Tomorrow we will focus heavily on the Eagles-Cowboys matchup, right? We'll talk about Dak Prescott versus Jalen Hurts. All of a sudden it's Jalen Hurts instead of Carson Wentz because we remember those arguments back in the day. We'll talk about the Eagles offense going up against that Cowboys defense that may be disrespected. We'll talk about the Cowboys offense and what they can do against the Eagles defense that, you know, got carved up by Sam Howell again, but held the Miami Dolphins to little numbers, especially little numbers for them because of what we're used to seeing the Dolphins do. Just look at what they did this past weekend against the Patriots. So we'll talk a lot about Eagles-Cowboys, the head-to-head matchup on Friday. But what I want to do today is sort of look at the next 6 weeks because this is the beginning of that 6-week stretch for the Eagles. The Eagles are 7-1 right now. Cowboys are 5-2. So this game's important just in terms of winning the division. But the next 6 weeks could, I'm not going to say make or break your season, but if you go 2-4, like you're in a tough spot. If you go 3-3 or if you go 4-2, if not better, you're in the driving seat, not only in your division, but in the NFC. And so these next 6 weeks will be very, very telling for who the Eagles are. Now, if you think about it, the next 6 weeks of games, it's not what we thought they were going to be at the beginning of the season. Right now, the Cowboys are actually playing the best football out of all the other teams you're going to be facing. They're playing better than the Seahawks. They're playing better than the Bills, than the Chiefs, and, of course, the 49ers. But this is going to be a test. This isn't going to be just a, wins or losses kind of deal. This is also going to be an eye test thing for the Eagles on whether or not they are legit Super Bowl champions. So here's what we got. It starts Sunday with the Cowboys. And then after the Cowboys, you have the bye. And I love that the bye week follows the Cowboys game because usually you think about it. There's the idea that teams overlook the team that they're facing because they know of the bye week the next week. You can't do that to Cowboys. A, because of the rivalry. B, because you're in the division. And C, because they're a good football team. So you can't just ignore the fact that you have the bye week the next week and you go, we'll do whatever we can this week. No, you're going to do whatever you can to beat the Cowboys, and then you celebrate by going into the bye. That's great. So Cowboys, bye week, and then you go to KC for a Super Bowl rematch with the Chiefs. Then you're back home with the Bills, and then all of a sudden, we got the 49ers again. The team that we have circled since the beginning of the season, week 13, will be that 49ers game. We've been talking about this game since the schedule came out. Then you get Dallas once again, this time in Dallas, and then you close out that 6-week stretch in Seattle. 7 weeks because you have the bye week. So here's the deal. Those teams have not been as good as we thought they would be coming out of the season, so start of the season. But this is a stretch that you can't take lightly. It's a stretch where you can't be too scared to put things on tape, right? Like we've been talking about that a lot the last couple of weeks. Have they just been going with this vanilla offense because they don't want to show too much to the teams that they have upcoming? Is it because they don't want to show too much about what they might do in the playoffs? I don't care. This isn't a keep things away from tape. This isn't a keep your best players off the field. No, your best players need to show up. Your best players need to be on the field. That means no Kenneth Gainwell this weekend. I don't care what Nick Sirianni says during his press conference about he's our number 2 running back, and there's things you don't see him do, like what he does at practice. Well, what he does at practice does not translate to what he does in the game. Whatever, but I don't care if he's Walter Payton in practice. When he gets out on the field, he's averaging 2 yards per carry, if that sometimes. Last week, he averaged -2 per carry. He also fumbled in the red zone. That stuff can't happen. So the next 6 weeks, 6 games out of 7 weeks, I need to see your best plays, both offensively and defensively. Don't be afraid to put things on tape. I need to see your best players step up, and I need to see the best players on the field. I don't want to see this rotational stuff with Kenneth Gainwell. No, give the ball to DeAndre Swift, okay? You didn't do anything at the trade deadline. I know you got Byard a couple weeks ago. You didn't do anything at the trade deadline, though, acquiring another back like I wanted because they don't trust DeAndre Swift for some reason as your lead back. But now he is. From here on out, he is your lead back. So my 2 questions that I have for you to start the show at 610-632-0975. Question 1 is nice and simple. During this next 6 games, what is the win-loss record that you need to see? Okay, so when we're coming on here December 18th, so December 17th is the Eagles in Seattle against the Seahawks. So the next day, the Football Monday will be on the air, December the 18th, and I'm going to say, wow, that was a great stretch of games. The Eagles went, what is it? Or, man, they really kind of crap the bed. They only went. So what is the record over the next 6 weeks? That's a simple, easy question for you. But question 2, the one that I really want to get into as we go on throughout the rest of the show until 2 o'clock. I want you to really think about this during the break. And I'll get Ray's thoughts. I'll give you my answer coming up as well. Put wins and losses to the side for a second. What is it that you need to see out of the Eagles during this stretch? It could be a specific player doing something, right? We saw Jalen Hurts last week throw for 4 touchdowns. And yet we still get the phone calls of, he needs to be better with the football, smart with the football. I said to you last week, despite him having an incredible game of throwing for over 300 yards and throwing for 4 touchdown passes, he did miss a couple guys down the field. He missed DeAndre Swift wide open, doing the wheel route. He overthrew him. He had Olamide Zaccheaus open down the field. He threw it behind him and overthrew him. Like that deep ball accuracy is going to need to be there as the season goes on, and it can't just be to A.J. Brown every single time. It's going to have to be to those Zaccheauses and DeAndre Swifts and eventually Devontae Smith. Like those guys are going to have to get theirs down the field because at some point defenses are going to do whatever they can, even though they might not slow them down too much, but they're going to do whatever they can to slow down A.J. Brown. So it could be a specific player. It could be a coach calling things better, right? It could be red zone offense. Like you need to see the red zone offense look better. Or maybe there's a personnel group, linebackers, safeties, cornerbacks. It could be a personnel group that you need to see look better because here's the deal. The next 6 weeks will be telling for who the Eagles really are when it comes to a potential playoff run and hopefully a return to the Super Bowl for the 2nd straight season because that's been the goal since day one. Since the second they lost to Kansas City, it was, okay, what are they going to do to get back? There's all those numbers of the teams that lose the Super Bowl, they don't get back. But we knew the way this roster was built that they should be able to get back. They're young in a lot of key areas. They have one of the best offensive lines in football. Their franchise quarterback is young. He just needs to stay healthy. There are so many things about this team that when they lost that Super Bowl game, you still felt like, okay, they're going to be the outlier. They're going to be the team that does get back the next year. They're going to be the team that snaps that 18-season streak of no back-to-back division winners. The Eagles are going to be the team that does that. And I love that. I still feel that they do. But what is it that you need to see most during these next 6 games? The 6 most difficult games for the Eagles. I saw a tweet from, hey, how about Temple's own Kevin Agandi? He put out a tweet yesterday that per ESPN's, stats, the next 6 weeks is the toughest 6-week schedule for any team in the NFL this season. Not just the Eagles. Any team in the NFL this season, the Eagles' 6 weeks is the most difficult stretch throughout the entire league. So this will be the real eye test. This will tell you who this team is come playoff time. I still feel great about them, but there are things that they need to work on, and we've been pointing that out all season long. And now's the time to do it. 610-632-0975. So your record over the next 6 games, and what is it that you need to see out of the Eagles over the next 6 games where you're saying, all right, I'm good. They're getting back to the Super Bowl. They're going to have home field. We're going to see a first-round bye. They just needed to play 2 playoff games before they get back to the Super Bowl, and both those will be at Lincoln Financial Field. What is it that you need to see over the next 6 weeks? I want to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Rival talk still on the table. That was a hot-button topic yesterday. We had a full board of callers, but when we signed off, so I know people still want to talk about it. Is that Eagles-Cowboys rivalry still alive and well to you? Because for me, it's lost its luster. I've talked about this in the past. The Giants are the team that I hate the most in this division because I saw them win Super Bowls in my lifetime, not the Cowboys. We're broadcasting live from Temple University. Leah Course Walk right outside of Maxie's, right next to 7-Eleven, somewhere I also made a lot of stops at late at night during my time here at Temple. So can't wait to have a lot of fun with you all show long. 610-632-0975. I'll give you my answer on the other side about what I need to see out of the Eagles in the next 6 weeks. We'll get Rays as well. And your calls, 610-632-0975. I'm Andrew Salchunas, taking you till 2 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Dallas Week revs up. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Temple Football. Don't miss big-time college football action when Temple battles Navy this Saturday at 2 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. Kids' tickets are as low as $10 on game day. Visit owlstix.com. The Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday. 7-1 Eagles battle the 5-2 Cowboys. 4:25 Sunday afternoon at the Link. Wednesday's injury report for the Birds listed Jalen Carter as a full participant of practice. Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens as limited, and both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott were listed as did not practice. This game will mark the first time since Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott have matched up since September of 2021. The Cowboys have won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. 76ers get set for the Raptors tonight. Obviously, the new guys in town, Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and KJ Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the James Harden deal. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting lineup vacated by PJ Tucker. The 76ers game is tonight at 7. Catch a live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 to the Buffalo Sabres. Carter Hart was pulled after just 10 minutes of ice time due to injury. Cam Atkinson and Joel Farabee scored for the Flyers. This update also brought to you by UPSJobs.com. Want a seasonal job that offers competitive pay? Join UPS online or in person at the Brown Friday event on November 3rd and 4th. Register at UPSJobs.com/Brown Friday. Keep it locked here for the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home for the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Win a free trip or 2 to spring training 2024. The Titans will be back, and it all starts in Clearwater. Listen starting Monday at 8 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. for your chance to win a $25 Rally House gift card and qualify for a 3-day getaway to spring training in March, courtesy of Philly Sports Trips. The trip includes airfare, a stay at the beautiful AC Hotel in Clearwater Beach, a VIP party, and game tickets. For complete details and another chance to win, go to 975thefanatic.com. Win a trip to spring training 2024. Starts Monday at 8, noon, and 4. Presented by Rally House. Your city, your house. PhillySportsTrips.com. Travel with the pros. And 97.5 The Fanatic.
We interrupt your scheduled ads with an announcement. Wawa has pizza. Forgot your anniversary? Wawa has pizza. Feeding a crowd? Wawa has multiple pizzas. Awake after midnight? Wawa has pizza until 3 a.m. Trying to make a good impression? Wawa has pizza and it's freshly made. Go ahead. Tell everyone Wawa has pizza. It's freshly made, tastes great, and you can get it late.
Right now, there's a $0 delivery fee when you order any Wawa pizza at Wawa.com or your favorite delivery app. Your next Wawa run comes with twice the grab-and-go energy whenever you need it. For a limited time, choose 2 Monster Energy drinks or 2 Celsius Energy drinks for $5. Take 2 to fuel the day ahead so you can get energized and stay energized. Whether you decide to get the full boost now or save one for later. That's 2 Monster Energy drinks or 2 Celsius Energy drinks for $5. gotta have a Wawa.
iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon. iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon. And other gifts for the fam that they'll love this holiday.
Trade in your old iPhone and get a brand new iPhone 15 Pro. And Apple TV 4K and Apple One.
All three of them. It's a great deal, don't sleep on it. Offer ends soon once again. iPhone 15 Pro on Verizon. Is this song stuck in your head?
This holiday, trade in any iPhone in any condition for the new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All on us with unlimited Ultimate. Act now. Visit Verizon.com. 6 months of Apple One, then $10 per month. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited Ultimate plan required. Less $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Apple TV 4K and Apple One offers require eligible phone purchase with activation on unlimited Ultimate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Visit Verizon.com for details.
The annoying runny nose, the constant sneezing, the itchiness, and battle just to catch your breath. If you suffer from seasonal allergies, sinusitis, or nagging sinus congestion, there's a natural, easy-to-use solution that can help provide fast, drug-free relief. It's called Navage, and it uses powered suction to rinse your nasal passages in seconds. Millions of people use Navage daily to help provide relief from seasonal allergies and sinus congestion. Medications treat the symptoms, but Navage treats the problem at the source, flushing out the allergens and pollen trapped in your nose. Navage also helps wash out airborne bacteria, dust, dirt, and viruses quickly and painlessly so you can get back to breathing clearly again. Say goodbye to sinus suffering and hello to better breathing with Navage. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navage.com. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
The AAA Eagles MVP membership is in full flight. Eagles MVP members receive all of the amazing benefits of AAA, along with Eagles rewards and experiences no Eagles fans will want to miss. Get discounts at the Eagles Pro Shop, chances to win tickets to every home game, pre-game sideline passes, exclusive invites to MVP events, and more. Join now and new members will get a $20 gift card to the Eagles Online Pro Shop, and you'll be immediately eligible to win Eagles rewards. Go to AAA.com/Eagles for details and join the flock today.
Get ready for sneaker culture presented by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. It's all happening at Raymond James Stadium on December 9th. Buy, sell, trade. See hundreds of exhibits with the rarest finds in sneakers, collectibles, and apparel with celebrity shoppers, influencers, and esports. And guess what? You could win a trip for two to be there, VIP style. To enter, just head to sneakerculture.com. That's culture with a K and register to win. Don't miss out on the ultimate sneaker experience. Sneaker Culture Tampa, where style meets the streets. See you in Tampa.
The AAA Eagles MVP membership is in full flight. Eagles MVP members receive all of the amazing benefits of AAA, along with Eagles rewards and experiences no Eagles fans will want to miss. Get discounts at the Eagles Pro Shop, chances to win tickets to every home game, pre-game sideline passes, exclusive invites to MVP events, and more. Join now and new members will get a $20 gift card to the Eagles Online Pro Shop, and you'll be immediately eligible to win Eagles rewards. Go to AAA.com/Eagles for details and join the flock today.
Can't sleep with this cold.
Honey.
Honey?
Honey, you need NyQuil Severe Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste.
Feeling better, honey? Honey? I'll take that as a yes.
Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe with honey flavor. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever. Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
In these parts, when it comes to winter, it's not if it snows, but when. The only question is, how much do you want to deal with it? How much do you want your back to hurt? How much do you want to get a new Aaron snow thrower during the Snowvember sales event? We're celebrating impending snowfalls with up to $150 off select models of America's best-built, best-selling snow throwers, as well as free extended warranty. But hurry, the Snowvember sales event is only for a limited time and only at your local Aaron's dealer. Aaron's.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia is your game day headquarters. Pre-game the Birds at the ultimate tailgate, just steps away from the stadium, with me and my guys Bob Cooney and Pat Egan for the FanDuel pregame show. Enjoy food specials at the new Junebug Barbecue, sip on refreshing drink specials, play trivia and cornhole contests to win awesome prizes and giveaways. Plus, don't forget to make your game picks each week for the chance to win your share of $300,000. Game days only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Philadelphia sports. It's a family thing. 97.5, The Fanatic.
It is 10:22, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, broadcasting live from the heart of Temple University. Lee Course Walk right outside of Maxie's and 7-Eleven. 10 o'clock hour brought to us by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows, plus make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Get to the phones in a second as we open up the show talking about this next 6 games for the Eagles. What you need to see out of the Eagles record-wise, but really the talking point is what you need to see out of the next 6 weeks. Like, what's the specific thing? And so Ray, who is back at the studio. Ray, good morning. What's going on?
Good morning. How are you?
I wish you were here with me. I'm sorry that you're not.
I wish I was there too.
Can I tell you something? I am wearing, I'm pretty sure, something I wore here, like at some point, because I am rocking my campus rec staff pullover.
Oh, look at you.
With jeans that I've definitely owned since I was here at college, and my Timbs that I, bought, I think, like the first week of college, because the first day of classes when I was a freshman, it rained, and I didn't know about that. I remember texting my sister, "Hey, do I have to go to class? It's raining." And she said yes, and then my shoes were soaked because I had just like Asics on or something. So I've had these boots since I've been here. So I feel like I'm back. I feel like I'm back, Ray.
I'm glad you feel like you're back. It's always nice to go back. Beautiful spot where you're set up.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm excited for you. Are you bundled up?
You.
Is it a little chilly?
I am bundled up. We got the sun coming up over the library,
the
new
nice.
library, Charles Library. So that's, which was not here when I was here.
No,
it looks
me
like
thing.
Jerry's World. It's beautiful.
Quite
man.
nice in there.
This thing's huge. All right, so Ray, when I asked the question, the thing that you need to see over the next 6 weeks, where you're going, all right, this team's back. This is the team that's going to win a Super Bowl. This is the team that's going to get back to the Super Bowl, which is something that doesn't happen usually after the team that loses the Super Bowl. What is it that you need to see over these next 6 weeks?
I think it's just keeping up the offensive rhythm they seem to have found. Obviously it didn't look pretty in the first half against Washington, but they put up 31 and 38 in back-to-back games. Like, I think continuing to really attack other defenses. We talked about A.J. Brown and what he's been over the last 6 weeks, but now the rest of the team seems to be coming along with him. Devontae Smith with a big game. We'd love to see Goddard get a little bit more involved. Obviously, Hurts going over 300 with 4 touchdowns, and he's on pace now to break the single-season passing record for this organization. Like, I think we could see this offense continue to be in rhythm and continue being a driving force of why they win football games. That's going to be it for me. I understand there's questions with the defense, but I was all about the offense being what took this team where it needed to go. And I think we've seen steps in the right direction for this group. And now I just want to see it consistently over these next 6 weeks.
And I like that answer. And I'm actually going on the other side of the ball. I'm going defense, and I kind of want to get back to where they were a couple weeks ago. I mean, if you ignore the 2 Commanders games, all of a sudden the defense looks top-notch. But those 2 Commanders games where they give up 31 points in each of them, so 62 total, those are the games where if I'm another team, I'm going to look at, all right, what did the Commanders do to try to beat the Eagles with that defense, that front 4 that you're worried about? Obviously, they have respected corners in Darius Slay and James Bradbury, and they bring in Byard at safety. So I need to try to get back to where it was other than the Commanders games. And here's what's really important to me. What you saw in the second half against the Commanders was a little bit more pressure towards Sam Howell. So now I know I don't expect the Eagles to bring a blitz every single play for 4 quarters defensively, right? Like that's crazy talk. But what I do need to see, Ray, and I want to know if you feel a similar way, I need that fourth quarter where like Hassan Reddick is getting off the edge maybe a couple more times. Like don't wait till the fourth quarter. Like I want to see it in the first quarter. I want to see it like at the end of the second half because we saw the Commanders with very little time get downfield and get points before halftime. Like that's the kind of stuff, like those possessions where it's going into halftime or it's to start the third quarter or it's to start the second quarter, these momentum swings. I need to see the Eagles make stops. I need to see the Eagles force a 3-and-out. And it's not going to happen every single time. But this position battle game, where the Eagles can turn it on, we've seen it. Where they're not letting teams drive all the way downfield and get to the red zone. We've seen Sean Desai scheme up stuff that stops opposing offenses from even getting the good field position. But I need to see what we saw in the fourth quarter against the Commanders more consistently throughout games.
Yeah, and I think I'll go like a step further with you on that for Desai. One of the great things that we've heard about him throughout this entire season, we've seen, obviously, is the adjustments he's been able to make that have been game changers for this defense. It's about him consistently doing this because now it's not going to be, you're making an adjustment with Sam Howell at quarterback, Kirk Cousins or, Zach Wilson, and I feel bad putting Kirk in that group, but the quarterbacks you've seen so far don't really pale in comparison to what you're going to see during this stretch of the Mahomes, the Allens, starting to go down that path, or the weapons that they have with the 49ers. I think you're going to end up having to see him make adjustments against big-time players and big-time offenses, and I'll be curious how that goes, and I think that goes right to your point of coming out of the half or going into the half. What have you learned?
Or starting a game. Adjustments are great, and that's what makes good coaches, but one of our biggest problems with Brian Johnson, right, if I go to the offensive coordinator, was the adjustments were great, but the game plans to start were terrible, for the first 4 weeks of the season. So for me, I need to see against these teams, like you mentioned, those quarterbacks that we're going to see. I know Mahomes hasn't looked great. I know Josh Allen hasn't looked great. You still have to respect those guys. I can't have a vanilla defense the first half of the game and then try to turn it on the second half after what they showed you. I need you to have a game plan against these teams based off of 7 weeks of tape now.
Yeah, and for you have to know kind of what they're going to try and throw at you based on what you've seen. The adjustments to what teams are going to go after with what the Commanders have shown them on tape. And I was pretty clear about this earlier in the week. I think the Commanders are uniquely equipped, as weird as it is to say about a team that's probably going to finish under 500, uniquely equipped to really attack the way the Eagles play defense. And I
imagine that's what the Niners try to do.
Right. And I imagine
Purdy get the ball out quick to Debo, to George Kittle, to Christian McCaffrey, to Brandon Ayuk. That's going to be the game plan against the Eagles in Week 13. And you need to make sure that you could do that, stop that against all the teams that you're facing over the next 6 weeks. 610-632-0975. Let's go to my man Franklin in Charlotte. Franklin, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, Franklin?
Hey, man, I just want to get straight to it, man. The next 6 weeks, secondary, man, we were getting killed.
Mm-hmm.
Secondary was looking terrible. Even Byer brought it up. He knows the sense of urgency, what he brings. I like his attitude, and definitely secondary needs to be better. Need to get more pressure on the quarterback.
So you think about it last year, right? Reed Blankenship, there's a reason why I refuse to say the nickname, right? The Ed Reed Blankenship. I refuse to say it because I don't think he's as talented as what a lot of people like to think he is, but he was good last year when he was playing with guys like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, whereas this year it was Terrell Edmonds, it was a young kid in Sidney Brown, who I'm excited about, but, he's still learning the ways of the league. And so now you bring in a former All-Pro, a legit vet in Byard. I think that also helps Blankenship out because we saw him struggle last week.
Absolutely. There just hasn't been any consistency. You got a lot of moving pieces. The size, I think he's doing what he can, being a first-year defensive coordinator. But I just feel like he hasn't, found those leaders in the secondary yet. And I think going forward, we should be better. And we should be better going forward.
Yeah, and I expect them to, Franklin. I appreciate the call. I expect the Eagles to be better in the secondary. I don't know what the hell happened last week. All right, I don't have an answer for you. It was a game plan where they wanted to get the ball out quick. And then once they got the ball out quick, they started opening things up downfield, and the Eagles just never had an answer. Right? How many times did I have to see Jahan Dotson just wide open in the middle of the field? It was over and over and over again. And by the time he got tackled, he gained 4 or 5 more yards. He wasn't sitting in a spot, catching it and going down like Zach Ertz. No, my man was getting yards after every single catch. And Terry McLaurin, I keep on going back to it. I'll say it again. Eagles should have lost that game. If Terry McLaurin doesn't drop 2 wide open passes in the fourth quarter, they probably lose that football game. One of which was on 3rd down, the other was on 4th down. If he doesn't drop those passes, the Eagles probably lose that game. So, the secondary does need to shore up, but I really don't have any answers as to what happened last week. They may have said, all right, we got this game. We're looking forward to the Cowboys game. You can hear, they could say it all they want that they don't look ahead in the schedule. They do. They do. And they also put their best stuff out against the best teams. So I expect a better defensive effort this weekend against the Cowboys. Now, will it be more difficult? Of course it will be. Say what you want about Dak Prescott. He's a guy that can keep plays alive. He'll make mistakes. Don't you worry. He'll make mistakes. But he's a guy that can keep plays alive. You have a talented, very, very talented wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb. And then they have other weapons. And Tony Pollard can do stuff out of the backfield, catching the football as well. I know he hasn't been running the football well over the last couple of weeks, but he's a guy that can catch the football out of the backfield, make things happen. So you're going to have a more difficult task than you did against the Commanders. But that means you also have to put your best stuff out there, which is why I said in the open, this next 6 weeks, this next month and a half, even more so because you had the bye week too. So next 7 weeks, I need your best stuff out there. No more saving things for the playoffs. Put your best stuff out there over the next 6 weeks to really solidify yourself as one of the top teams in the NFL. I mean, you're number 1 in the NFL.com power rankings right now. Stay up there. Let's go to Greg in Philly. Greg, you're on the Fanatic.
What's up, Tunis? What's going on?
What's up, Greg?
Listen, I need to see better offensive creative plays, man.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Johnson, he's doing too much second and third down. You're running. If you can't run, you can't do that against the Cowboys. It's not going to work.
Yeah, so the other day, Nick Sirianni said in his press conference, and a lot of people celebrated him for it, the whole, we believe it's 1st and 9 every time, right? Because you know that you can get a first down, the tush push. I don't want that to be in your mind. I want you to, I'm tired of the 3rd and 5. All right, let's just try to get 3 or 4 yards on a quarterback draw, and then we'll extend it the next play. One of the things that I did really like last week was on 3rd downs, they were going to A.J. Brown. Jalen Hurts was throwing it to his best wide receiver, and it worked over and over and over again. That should continue. So I like the creativity. Last week I said it on the air earlier in the week, Greg. Last week was probably the most boring offensive game plan I've ever seen, where it was downfield to A.J. Brown, in the middle to Devontae Smith, underneath to Dallas Goedert, in the flat to Kenneth Gainwell. That was the entire game.
Right. The most creative play that they had was the sneak tush push to the what was it?
The Swift, for the touchdown, and that took to the final minutes of the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. So we need that. I want to see if I can say you said the next 6 weeks or whatever. What 4-2 maybe?
Yeah. Look, 4-2 would be great because 4-2, and thanks for the call, Greg. 4-2 puts you at 11-3. Right? They're 7-1 right now. So 4-2 puts you at 11-3. My preseason prediction was 12-5, and that I believe would be enough to win the division. So now all of a sudden you're at 11-3 with 2 games against the Giants and a game against the Cardinals. And I know that you might want to sit some guys at the end of the season. We know how important that number 1 overall seed is. So if you're 11-3, I don't know what the 49ers end up doing in this stretch. But if you're still fighting for the 1 seed with the Niners and with the Cowboys, well, then you need 1 more win probably. And you'll be able to do that against those 3 opponents. But it really matters on what these next 6 weeks, what the Eagles do. Because if they do end up clamming up and if they go 2-4, I mean, everybody points out that the lack of competition they faced so far this year. There's a lot of talk about the schedule being weak last year, the year they won the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just that awful narrative. But you can also make the case that it might be true. The first 8 weeks of the season, they've played subpar opponents, except for the Miami Dolphins, which that was an incredible win. And then the New York Jets, they lost, and that was with Zach Wilson. So these next 6 games are against legit opponents. And now it's time to show exactly what you're made of and put the best stuff out in the field. Creativity by Brian Johnson is a tremendous answer, and I don't think that Greg's alone in thinking that. I thought about it this morning, too. One of my favorite plays this season was when they had the split backfield, and it was a fake handoff to DeAndre Swift, and then they threw it to Boston Scott, and he got 8 yards off of it. It doesn't have to be for a touchdown every single time. It just has to be for first downs and keeping drives going. You see the Miami Dolphins, they have motion every single play. You know why? Because it keeps defenses guessing. I know it didn't do anything against the Eagles because the Eagles won that game. But Nick Sirianni said about a month ago now, we don't motion just to motion. Well, if you motion, it might show what the defense is showing you. That gives Jalen Hurts an idea to see if they're playing man or zone. And then at the same time, it also gives you a chance to make the defense guess about what you're going to do. 610-632-0975. So the question to start the show today on the Eagles front, record that you want to see over the next 6 games against these opponents that include the Cowboys, then the Chiefs, then the Bills, 49ers, Cowboys again, and Seahawks. What's your record over the next 6 games? Ray, I didn't ask you that. What do you need to see over these next 6 weeks record-wise?
I would go 3-3. Honestly,
Okay.
and it feels lower than what you would need, but you've been given now a little bit of a blanket of security, so long as you split with Dallas. Like Dallas is kind
Right,
of
it can't be 2 losses to Dallas, or
Right.
you're in trouble.
Yeah. So the split with Dallas, I will say it until that game happens, and you'll be sick of me saying it. I believe it's illegal for them to win in Seattle. I don't know, what it is.
You have been saying that.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what was passed in NFL legislation that made that happen, but I have no confidence in them going to Seattle winning it.
Hey, the Jets never beat the Eagles before.
Maybe this is the year then.
So maybe this is the year the Eagles actually go to Seattle and take care of business.
I'll believe it when I see it, because I just, again, it doesn't have much to do with the team. It just has to do with the fact that they don't play well there. So I will go with that probably being a loss. Then you got to take 2 or 3 from.
Look, 500's still good, man.
Yeah, well, and
500 still puts you again in the driver's seat as long as you're splitting with the Cowboys.
Yeah, and you've been given a cushion. The 49ers have given you a nice cushion. They said, guess what? The pressure's kind of off of your 6-week stretch. You can't totally, fold during this stretch, but you don't have to play nearly as flawless as you once thought you would have to because of the fact they haven't taken care of business. And the Cowboys gave you a little bit of help with their losses earlier in the season. And
yeah, they sure did. Losing to the Cardinals was like a monster.
Right.
For the
So
Eagles.
you're kind of set up, and the Cowboys' schedule is not easy either. So the fact that you're sitting in this space right now, it's not necessary that you go 4-2. Obviously, they go 4-2. I'll be happy to be wrong about the 3-3, but the 3-3 for me feels like the right place because you're still sitting there at that point at 10-4 before you get into that end of the season schedule, and I imagine you're still going to be in a position to compete for that top seed, even at that space. Feels like a
for
low
sure.
record.
I mean, look, because if you go 3-3 during the stretch, all right, so you have 4 losses. The Niners have 3 already. The Niners, I imagine, lose 1 more in the next 6 games, and I think the Cowboys lose 2 more, right? If one of them's to the Eagles, the other one will be to another team, and then all of a sudden they're at 4 losses, so you're still in the driver's seat. So 3-3, that's a safe way to go. I hope it's better. But I will take 3-3 during these next 6 games. 610-632-0975, the record you need to see over the next 6 games. And also, what is it specifically about the team that you need to see? I liked some of our answers so far. Creativity on the offense. I liked better secondary play from our first caller. So some great answers. Feel free to climb in at 610-632-0975. So some other notes. Ray, you were at the Flyers game last night.
I was.
They scored in like the first 45 seconds,
Was
and
awesome.
then they lose 5-2 to Buffalo. So that kind of sucked.
Yeah,
But what was
that
it
did.
like inside the Wells Fargo Center in terms of the Flyers action?
I gotta be honest. I hadn't been to one in forever.
Okay.
I'm still trying to rack my brain for it. So it was cool to be back. It was cool to be in there again. The energy from the people that were there, I'm not gonna tell you it was a packed place, but the energy from the people there was good. They're obviously doing a ton in arena to get you excited.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought it was a fun atmosphere. It was fun to be there. Obviously, you get the crowd into it right away when you score right away.
Yeah.
So it was exciting to be back. It was exciting to see what they've got going on. And honestly, the crowd, I think for the number of people to how loud it got, it kind of carried its weight there.
Well, yeah, because there's excitement in the air with that organization. And look, I know they won a couple games to start the season. Now they're coming back down to earth, and they're probably not going to be a playoff team this year, right? Like let's just be real. They're probably not going to be a playoff team this year. They are better this year because Couturier's back and Atkinson's back. You have some guys that missed last season that are healthy. So you feel good about them at least winning some more games, being more competitive. But the goal is still to build a championship contending team over the next couple of seasons. But I think everybody's on page with that, which is the best part. The fact that everybody's on board with that, including Flyers fans, that's great for them. The other note from yesterday, Kelly Oubre will be in the starting lineup today. Ray, we were talking about that. Who's going to be the 5th guy alongside Embiid and Maxey and Melton and Harris? And it's going to be Kelly Oubre. But the best thing, so Nick Nurse spoke yesterday. And we'll play some audio. We got Daryl Morey spoke yesterday, and Nick Nurse and all that stuff. The best thing out of Nick Nurse was him saying Kelly Oubre in the starting lineup for now. And I'm glad that he made the point to say for now because I like him better off the bench. Nick Nurse even said he likes the stuff that he does off the bench. So that excites me that he said for now. And the other reason why he probably says for now, Ray, is that tells you that they're going to make another move. And it's going to happen this year.
Yeah, it does sound like, hey, we're anticipating someone else being here. So, Kelly Oubre, you get to start now, and we'll see how it goes. And maybe he doesn't start all the way up until that trade. But for now, that's our solution. And once we get to see what we have here, and then that move eventually comes, we'll see Kelly Oubre coming off the bench again. That was good. A short-term answer is nice to hear instead of, because we were perplexed in trying to find who that fifth starter would be.
Right, because we didn't know who was going to fit where. And by the way, Nicholas Batum not playing tonight. He's out due to personal reasons. So we'll, hopefully everything's all right. And we'll see Batum at some point in a Sixers uniform. The number to climb in is 610-632-0975. What it is that you need to see out of the Eagles over this next 6 weeks of games. The games that we circled at the beginning of the season when the schedule first came out. When we did the W's and L's, we were saying, just be 7-1 at this point. And they are 7-1 at this point. Now what is it over the next 6 weeks that you need to see record-wise, but also on the field of play? Just brought up the Sixers a little bit. We're going to talk some hoops on the other side, but Temple hoops, as we're broadcasting live right on Liacouras Walk, heart of Temple's campus. It's great to be back here. I'm having an absolute blast. I'm getting all kinds of good and bad flashbacks, but the bad flashbacks lead to good stories, right? Right?
That's right.
They lead to good stories.
So many great stories from that place.
When you're older, and I'll live vicariously through Cooper when he eventually comes here. 610-632-0975. We also got the vault right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another day closer to Dallas. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Discover. Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a game-changing checking account with cashback. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC. Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday, 7-1. Eagles take it on the 5-2. Cowboys 4:25 on Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. Wednesday's injury report for the Birds listed Jalen Carter as a full participant, Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens as limited. Both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott as did not practice. This game will mark the first time Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott matchup since September 2021. Cowboys won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. Jeff McLane will join the show at 11:30 to talk all things Birds. Get you set for the matchup with the Cowboys. 76ers getting set for the Raptors tonight. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and KJ Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the Harden deal. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the starting spot in the lineup vacated by P.J. Tucker, who was dealt with James Harden to the Los Angeles Clippers. 76ers game is tonight at 7. You can catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 to the Sabres yesterday. Carter Hart was pulled after just 10 minutes of ice time due to injury. Cam Atkinson and Joel Farabee scored for the Flyers. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Down the home with the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sports Tonight. Discussion on the big stories we've been talking about all day. Coming up tonight at 6 on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Bob Cooney here. Imagine if your favorite casino came with an undo button. Well, guess what? You get that with FanDuel Casino's Play It Again. Get up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. Play your favorite table games and hundreds of slots for real cash. See why FanDuel Casino's the #1 rated online casino app? I've told you so many times how much fun it is to look at their daily and their weekly promotions. And when you play with a live dealer. And should you ever have any questions, the best in-class customer support team, they are there all the time. Sign up for FanDuel Casino with FanDuel.com/Bob today and play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. That's FanDuel.com/Bob.
21 plus and present in PA must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, Mohegan Sun Casino, or Stardust Casino. Refund issued is non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stopped, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text DIME to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text DIME to 200-300 right now. Text the word DIME to 200-300. Don't wait, text DIME to 200-300.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Thousands of stores across the country are pulling brand name cold and allergy products off the shelves. Why? Because an FDA advisory panel recently determined that a drug they contain, oral phenylephrine, is ineffective as a nasal decongestant. Navage offers a drug-free solution that's fast and highly effective at relieving nasal congestion caused by colds and allergies. Navage uses suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril to help suck out allergens, mucus, and germs. Nasal irrigation works, and Navage makes it quick and easy. But more than anything, it helps you breathe better. Don't waste your time or money on products that are ineffective. Trust drug-free Navage for fast relief to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Protect your engine better with Syntec Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec High Mileage is formulated for today's engines with over 75,000 miles. Now get 5 quarts of Syntec High Mileage and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $34.99. Limit supply. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh, I love this restaurant. Glad we got a table quickly.
What does that sign say?
Caution, wet floor?
No, right next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With offices throughout the country, people often ask me where my headquarters are. Some lawyers like to say that I live in Florida. Well, I also live in Maui, and some days, New Hampshire. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community, handpicked by us. Think of it as the best of both worlds. By the way, my headquarters, it's wherever I'm sleeping that night. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ricky Bowe here for Alpha Men's Center. Guys will spend hours on their fantasy team, but not a single minute on something with real-life consequences. ED. Truth is, more than 60% of men over age 50 have ED. Here's another stat. Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate treating ED. 96%. That's no fantasy, and neither is this. Your first consultation is only $99, which includes the visit, blood work, and test dose. Schedule yours today at alphamenscenter.com or call 484-685-1235.
Harris Philadelphia invites you to play in the $500,000 NFL Pick'em. Get to Harris Philadelphia to make your picks every Wednesday and Thursday. You could win a weekly share of $1,000 in free casino play. Make enough correct picks for the season and you'll walk away with $500,000. It's the $500,000 NFL Pick'em at Harris Philadelphia. For details, visit harrisphilly.com. That's harrisphilly.com. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the water or wastewater pump system in your building goes down, count on Pumpman Philly to put the go back in your flow. Managers for Philly's municipal, commercial, and industrial facilities count on the experts at Pumpman Philly for troubleshooting, emergency repair, maintenance, and pump system replacements. You can't always predict pump failures, but you can be prepared for them if you save Pumpman Philly's number in your phone right now. 833-559-PUMP. That's 833-559-PUMP. Or online at pumpmanphilly.com.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5, The Fanatic.
It's 10:50, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, broadcasting live from the heart of Temple University, right on Leacourse Walk, right outside of Maxie's. Ray, don't you worry. I'm going to grab something to go. It's probably going to be the General Tso's pizza. Maybe see if I can get a SoCo shot to go and like a Lion's Head or something. Is that fair?
That's more than fair.
I'll drink it when I get home. Like, obviously, be responsible.
Correct.
But, I feel like I have to. It's like my duty.
And be 21.
I'm back here, so it's my duty to do that. And, of course, Temple, they got a lot coming up. This Saturday, I'm excited I'll actually be there. Once you have a kid, some things change. But ever since I graduated, I made a point to get to a basketball and a football game every single year. So can't wait to get to this weekend's game against Navy. Temple battles Navy this Saturday, 2 o'clock, Lincoln Financial Field. Kids' tickets are as low as $10 on game day. And you can visit them at alicetix.com. And also, we got hoops starting soon. I love this. Be a part of Temple basketball's home opener, double header on Monday, November 6th at the Leacourse Center. The women's team faces off against Delaware State at 4 o'clock, while the men's team takes on Maryland Eastern Shore at 7:30. You can see 2 games for the price of 1. I absolutely love that. You can visit alicetix.com. And now I'm really excited because I get to be joined by members of both the men's and women's basketball team. We'll speak to head coach Diane Richardson in a little bit. But right now on the Comcast Business Hotline, I got the new head coach of Temple Men's Hoops, the great Adam Fisher, on the Comcast Business Hotline. Adam, what's going on, man?
Fellas, how we doing?
I got to start off right away by saying thank you. That beer was delicious that you had sent down a couple of weeks ago when I was here, so thank you.
You got it. Our pleasure.
That's a good way to gain some fans right away. Is hey, you a beer on me. So I appreciate that, man.
Between beer and pizza, that's the way to get this fan base going. We'll do it.
You can't beat that. Now I got to ask you, man, how cool is it that you are now the head coach at Temple University? So you're basically back home. You're a PA kid. It was great. I saw the photo of you at the Eagles game not too long ago. So like you're back home, man. Like this is awesome.
Oh, it's great. It's incredible. My wife and I are so happy to be back around our family in this incredible city. So again, it's a dream come true. You watch Temple your whole life. You see all the great players and coaches that were here before, and now to be a part of it, it's just awesome.
Yeah, it is really cool, and I have one of your players here. What's up, Sam? Sam Hoffman.
How's it going?
New member of the Temple Owls. You transferred here from Houston Christian, which is really great. So I'll ask you guys both this. And Sam, we could start with you. Adam, I'll get to you right after Sam. Like, what does it mean to you? You are a player on one of the most historic basketball teams in NCAA 1 history. I mean, like, it's amazing. Like, we talk about top 10 most wins in NCAA history. Like, that's got to mean something to you, man.
Yeah, no, it's surreal. Like, even as a kid from overseas, I used to watch Temple play, and now to be a part of this great program with great history, it's an honor.
And Fish, what about you? I mean, you're now the head coach. I mean, you think of the names like John Chaney, right? Like, you're now holding the clipboard.
No, it's been awesome. And, I've had a chance to spend some time with the Chaney family. Harry Litwack's daughters came by the office, so that was great. Coach McKee has been awesome. So you see that tradition. So it's just great to be a part of it. And we talk about it all the time, like tradition and legacy. The tradition's set, but it's our job to continue the legacy.
And what's it been like for both of you transitioning here to Temple?
It's been easier for me because we found great players like Sam. And Sam, you don't have class right now, right? You're good?
No, I'm good. I'm good, Coach.
All right. Now, the transition's been easy. When you hire a great staff and you recruit unbelievable student athletes right away to come to your program, it makes coming to work every day exciting and fun for me.
And Sam was one of those guys. You and I were talking before you came on the air that, it's a little bit different than Houston Christian here. But you said you also played at Detroit before that. So it kind of feels like you're back there. But, like, what's Philly like differently for you?
I mean, weather, like, it reminds me of Detroit, but it's definitely a different experience than being in Texas or Michigan. But no, I've truly loved it. Like, the guys have made it really easy and a seamless transition for me to come in late and just be part of the group and the family. So I really appreciate everybody for that.
Now, what's the thing that you're looking forward to the most this season, Sam?
Having a great season with the guys. I mean, I think we really bought in and we're like working hard every day. We're really bonding together over like just hard work and basketball. So seeing our dreams and aspirations coming to fruition like during the season is just something that I really look forward to.
And Coach, other than Sam, because he's got the headphones on right now, so we could put him to the side for a second. Who are some of the players that you also want us to really focus on? Like when we're watching the games, I know you could say every single player on the team, and I love that attitude. But who are some of the guys that you really want to highlight that we should be really excited to watch as Temple fans?
No, I think Hasir Miller really got this started for us, right, by coming back and went in the transfer portal and kind of believed in what we were doing. So that's something that I'm excited for because I think he's really bought in and knows what we're trying to do, and he's had a great offseason. Jaleel White, another guy who's really worked hard, who was on the team last year. And then you add guys like Sam and Steve Settle. Steve Settle at 6'10" with his skill set. It's really hard to find in college basketball, and we're just excited he's there. We got some shooting. Matteo Piccarelli can really shoot the basketball, so he's a guy. And then Jordan Riley's another new guy who came from Georgetown. So he's had experience. He's played against teams in the Big Five. So I think you bring some of those guys with the combination of guys that were already on the team, and it's been awesome to watch them come together.
Adam, I'll ask you because you're a guy that's been here your whole life, right? And it's great that you're now the head coach at Temple. What, in terms of your coaching style and the culture that you're trying to bring to Temple, how does it also match the history of Temple basketball?
I think when you think about Temple, you think about all the toughness, right? It's the number one thing that comes to your mind, and that's what we want. We want to be a gritty, tough, hard-nosed, blue-collar team. That's what the city is. That's what the city respects. But with that, if you look at some of the great teams, not even just at Temple, but in Philadelphia sports, you got to have fun. Like, our guys got to enjoy playing together. And I think when you see that and the whole bench is cheering on a stop or a made shot and an assist, it brings the crowd and the city together. So we're going to take that toughness from the city, that grit, that blue-collar attitude, take that with us everywhere we go. But we're also going to smile and enjoy the moment we're in.
You guys are great. Listen, thanks so much, Sam. I appreciate it. Nice meeting you. Coach Fisher, always a pleasure talking to you. And again, thanks for the beer. I'll be there after the show, so if you want to, just Venmo me, I'll take another one. Don't worry.
I was going to say, I thought it was a little too early for a beer. I asked the producer. They said no beer this early. So
no, I'll wait till 2 o'clock. I don't have a far walk to Maxie's. I'm literally looking at it right now, so I'll be able to take care of that. Listen, guys, good luck this season. I believe in you guys, and you tip off the season Monday, 7:30 against Maryland Eastern Shore. Go get them, boys, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Sam Hoffman, new member here at Temple University, and, of course, new head coach Adam Fisher on the Comcast Business Hotline. So we got the vault coming up in a few minutes. Ray, I'll ask you, man. You're a former Temple man. This is something like it's exciting, right? Like, obviously, the last couple of years were disappointing. We were waiting from Coach McKee to really get some stuff going, but things happen. It's nice. Like, I like having a local guy in Coach Fisher here.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's important.
It's really exciting. Yeah, it's important to have someone that understands the history, understands the tradition of all of it. And it's just really exciting, the energy that Coach Fisher's brought to the program, and just talking to people around the program. They're just so excited for what they're going to build, what they've got going on. It's really cool. Obviously, it was cool when he got the beer for us back at Maxie's a couple weeks ago.
That's a good way to gain some supporters.
But
man.
Also, he's doing the first 2,500 students that get there for the game, the opening night, get pizza. You try and get people in the building, try and get students there. Try and get just the whole setup. Get the feel around the program back. I think it's really, really cool, the energy he's brought, and it's exciting times for them to try and build what they're looking to do at Temple. So I'm excited for it.
And we know the deal here, right? Like, I was here during the Matt Rule days, and there's the idea of the stepping stone school. But like this, the Temple Hoops, it is such a historic program. And so if you can be the guy that brings the team back to the relevancy that we remember, from when I was in school, like it was great when Sam was here. Khalif Wyatt was here with him, right? So I was
awesome.
at school. I was at school when Khalif was here, and when they made that run in the NCAA tournament, and we're so close to making a deeper run, but there was the unfortunate loss. So But you know what? It's great when Temple basketball is relevant, not just for us here in the Philadelphia area, because we know the deal. Like we're more of a pro sports town than a college sports town. But I've seen when the college teams are doing well, people get on board. I was at that Temple Notre Dame game when the place was packed. Right, I was at the Temple Penn State game, and I know a lot of people were Penn State fans that were there, but there was a vibe in that building, and it was because we knew that football team was going to be good. And so when you can get that back with this basketball team, the new recruits that Coach Fisher brought in, that's exciting because there is a lot of history with that program, and it's not just better for here in Philly when Temple basketball it's good. It's better nationally because it's great when they are a talking point, when you can go through the history of NCAA basketball here in Philadelphia. I mean, man, we know all about the Big Five, right? Like it's and Temple needs to be back to relevancy, and I hope that they get there soon. 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. We have another couple special guests joining us in a few minutes, but it's 11 o'clock. It's time now for the Vault.
You know, when we began opening this vault nearly 2 hours ago, we had no real idea what we'd find inside. As it turns out, we haven't found very much.
Vault presented by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Ray, what do we have today in the Vault?
All right, abbreviated Vault today. Now, the World Series ended last night. I don't expect anyone to have plenty to talk about or want to talk about what happened.
I'm just really glad that Zach Gallen lost another game after talking all that smack after losing 2 games against the Phillies. But hey, what do I know?
Okay.
I know his family's local. Hey.
I just gave you the platform for that one. That's on me.
Lance McCullers.
All
hey,
right.
You can't go 0-2 and be the one that talks smack.
No, I got you.
And then you go into the World Series and lose more. Come on, brother.
I got it. Anyways.
What do you got in the Vault?
Anyways, what else we got today in the Vault? I saw some people last night talking about the collection of former Phillies that end up getting rings out of this one. People talked about Spencer Howard, talked about Brad Miller, all those guys. I'm going to play for you something that happened on this day in history, and I want you to tell me why I'm playing it for you.
Here's the 0-1. This is going to be a tough play. The Cubs with the World Series. Brian makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all. It's 7-10.
I don't know. Why are you playing? I know that was like an incredible game. Rajai Davis ties it. Remember that off Araldo's cabin? I don't know. What is it?
That is Michael Martinez grounding out to end the World Series.
Yes, that's right. That's right. He made the final out and then played for the Lancaster Barnstormers after that.
That is correct.
Took a little bit of a step down in his career.
What, from World Series? Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Just a little bit. But, yes, in terms of former Phillies, not one that won the ring, but on this day in history was the Cubs breaking the curse and Michael Martinez making the final out on the other side. So I figured the baseball nerds and the two of us would enjoy that one. I've got Phillies audio for you today because it's one Ron Reed's birthday.
Wow,
and
Ron Wall of Fame member.
That's right. We'll take you back to his Wall of Fame induction and a great story about when he first got to the Phillies.
When I first got traded to the Phillies to start the 1976 season, I could not wait to be a starting pitcher with that ball club. When I got to during the spring training area, Paul Owens and Danny Ozark came up to me about halfway through, and he said, "Ron, we decided we're going to make you a reliever." My first reaction was, "Would you guys please trade me immediately?" I said, I know nothing about being a reliever. I had a little bit of arm problems in Atlanta, and I didn't think I could hold up to the throwing, all the throwing you had to do as a reliever. Sometimes we'd be up 5, 6, 7 days a week. Well, Paul Owens come over to me and he said, "Ron, we want you in the bullpen with Gino, of course, Gene Garber, and Tugger. We want you to be a part of the threesome to come in the 6th inning on." He said, "If you don't like it, somewhere around the All-Star break, I'll try to move you if you're not doing the job or you don't like it." Man, am I happy that man did not trade me.
Yeah, it worked out. Ended up winning a World Series, so that's a pretty good move by the Phillies. Good for them.
Yeah, I'd say they saw something there. I think they were right in their evaluation.
Yeah. All right, you got one more for me, Ray?
I do. You're at Temple today. So
yes.
I wanted to bring back, John Chaney, a ton of great quotes, ton of great things he did for that university. But when you're talking about all-time moments, everyone always goes back to him at Calipari.
I
Rice got my ass blasted for giving them hell down in West Virginia. And here you get a hell of a job right here today. Good job. 3 class guys. And you pick them out here and single them out. You can't get that. You never knew the threat the guy. Shut up, guys. You never knew the threat the guy. You remember that. When I see you, I'll kick your ass. Kick your ass. Come on. You got a good team, and you don't need that edge. That's why I was telling my kid to knock your kid in the mouth. Standing there pushing in the game.
I love that, man. I was a kid who, I wanted to go to Temple as a kid. I still have it's still in my closet. I have a Temple 2000 football t-shirt, okay? So I always wanted to go to Temple. So obviously I was a big fan of John Chaney. And then doing this, we're very spoiled, Ray, doing this for a living, get to talk to a lot of people. And the day I got to meet John Chaney was just truly, truly special for me. I miss that man. And, we just talked to Coach Fisher. We hope that Temple basketball can get back. Temple men's basketball, they start on Monday against Maryland Eastern Shore at 7:30. That's the Vault presented by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. We go from Adam Fisher to Sam Hoffman to 2 more great guests. And I know back at the studio, Ray is super excited. It's going to be a nice little treat for Ray, and it's going to be a nice treat for head coach Diane Richardson and Aaliyah Nelson. Diane, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great. And Aaliyah, what's going on? Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry.
You're good? You excited for the season?
Yeah, I'm really excited. What is it, like 4 days away?
You start on Monday, 4 o'clock,
Yeah.
Delaware State. Yeah. Now I got a special guest for you guys back at the studio. Ray, say hello.
Hey, Coach Rich. Hey, Lee. How we doing?
Oh, hey, Ray.
Ray Dunn, the play-by-play man of Temple women's basketball. So this is kind of cool. What's up, Ray? What do you got to say today, Ray?
Oh, what do I got to say? You put me on the spot with them?
Yes.
Well, talking about this new group a little bit, obviously you went out this offseason, brought in a lot of talent. What do you guys feel like in terms of depth and in terms of just growth you've seen from this group over this summer?
Oh, Ray, what a different look we have. We're excited. I came in here wanting to play with pace, scoring 5 to 7 seconds, and I see that we're getting some things done, Ray. We are pushing the ball in transition.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Pushing the ball in transition.
Yes.
I think that mic's off. So we'll go with this
Okay. Normally my voice is really loud. I was wondering what was going on here.
Sounds a lot better, Coach.
Good. Yeah, we're excited this year, Ray. You're going to be there with us. But, we've got some speedsters on the court. We've got some new folks and some folks returning. And it's going to be really, really exciting. It's going to be entertaining, too, because we're going to push the ball in transition, and then we're going to pressure our opponents.
And I love that we're doing the doubleheader on Monday. So we got you guys at 4 o'clock against Delaware State. We got the men going on Maryland Eastern Shore at 7:30. And I love that, your basketball team is tremendous. It's so much fun to watch you guys. I'm dead serious. I had so much fun. I had so much joy watching you guys play last year, and I'm excited for this season. Yeah. And how are you feeling?
You can hear me?
Yes, I got you loud and clear, yeah.
I'm excited. It's my last college year, so
yeah.
it's a bittersweet feeling, but that drives me more. I want it even more because this is literally my last go around. But we're having fun on and off the court right now. We're really meshing well, and I just can't wait till Monday.
How much has it changed for you now that you're now the head honcho on the team? You're now the leader. Yeah, you're the vet.
Yeah, I feel like nothing has changed still. That was my role when I was at Towson with Coach Rich. It was my role last year. I think I'm just getting older. I'm getting smarter on the court of my decisions and stuff, and I'm just more confident. So I think I've really meshed well into that role, and Coach Rich has helped me tremendously with stepping into that role, and she believes in me every step of the way.
What's a personal goal that you have this season?
Personal goal is to get first team. That's my personal goal. Yeah, I definitely want to get that first team for sure.
I love that. And Coach Richardson, what's the team goal this year?
Well, we like rings. Yeah. So, what goes with that is the championship. And I think we've started out with that championship mentality. We've had a couple great scrimmages that we've seen some really, really good things. And we're heading for that. And they've got that in their mind that we want to win a championship.
Now, I want to ask you both because, one of the messages I had for Coach Fisher, and I had Sam Hoffman on as well, was they're playing for a historic team, right? Temple basketball is historic. And it's not just historic for the men. It's historic for women's basketball as well. So what does it mean to you knowing that you get to put on the cherry and white, home games, road games? You play for Temple University. What does that mean for you?
It means a lot, especially since I was kind of like making my way just on campus, like just being new last year, coming from Towson, and it just really means a lot. We're going to have a great crowd support, especially Monday afternoon at 4 p.m. Make sure you guys come out. But it just means a lot to me. Like I'm just excited to play. It's a historic place, and I'm ready to win. Like you can see it. I'm ready to play. Like when's Monday coming?
What about you, Coach?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the history of basketball at Temple is tremendous. And, and I get to see Don on the road all the time recruiting. So, I've got to live up to that. And, I tease her a little bit, and I say, Don, we pulled out those old trophies, and they had dust on them. So we got to get some new ones. But, the tradition is strong. And, I've been around a long time, so I know about that tradition. And I think Arthur Johnson hired me to get us back to that.
Well, we're excited. The season starts on Monday. Go get them. It's going to be a great run. Can't wait to watch you guys all season long. It's going to be a lot of fun. Keep up the great work. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Can we end with something? Can we end with the yeah, Coach Rich? Yeah, you started.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. The season starts Temple women's basketball Monday, 4 o'clock against Delaware State. And then it's the doubleheader. Men's team takes on Maryland Eastern Shore at 7:30. We'll be right back right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Dallas Week revs up. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Unbound.org. A girl in Kenya dreams of becoming a doctor. An elder in Guatemala dreams of being part of a community. Reach out and change their world, and it will change your own. Unbound.org. Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday. The 7-1 Birds battle the 5-2 boys. 4:25 Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. The Eagles' Wednesday injury report listed Jalen Carr as a full participant. Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgen as limited, and both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott did not practice. This game will mark the first time Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott match up since September 2021. Cowboys won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. Jeff McLane joins the show coming up in the next segment at 11:30 to talk all things Birds. The 76ers getting set for the Raptors tonight. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and K.J. Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the James Harden deal, which sent James Harden, of course, P.J. Tucker, and Philip Petrusev to the Clippers. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting lineup vacated by Tucker. The Sixers game is tonight at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 to the Sabres last night. Carter Hart was pulled after just 10 minutes of ice time due to injury. Cam Atkinson and Joel Farabee scored for the Flyers. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home for the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers play here. Every game, home and away. Tom McGinnis will have the play-by-play tonight. This is the exclusive home for Sixers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hi, I'm Patrick Fingles, founder of New Look Home Design.
And I'm Jess Fingles, manager at New Look Home Design.
What are you doing here, Jess?
Well, little brother, I'm doing the same thing you've been doing for over 20 years, offering a fantastic deal on roofing from a fantastic company.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, people refer to me as the better Fingles. So I figure I should give people an even better deal on roofing. Right now, save 50% on all roofing materials, plus get a staggering 5 years interest-free financing. And lastly, we'll throw in a manufacturer Golden Pledge warranty.
What are you doing, Jess? That's crazy.
Well, Pat, as manager of New Look, I see things differently than you. I'm responsible for a great customer experience. I ensure every job goes smooth, and now I'm ensuring everyone gets the best deal.
Sounds like you really are the better Fingles. Don't wait. Call 800-279-5300 or visit newlookhomedesign.com. Better deals from the better Fingles.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Hey, have you ever been ripped off?
It sucks. Having a daily reminder of it is even worse. If you shave with the well-known Big Razor brand every morning, you might be thinking more about how much you paid for the blades than about how smooth your shave is. I'm Andy, the founder of Harry's. We give you a high-quality shave and an expertly engineered product for a fraction of the price that the big guys charge, with no compromises. They have 5 blades, Harry's has 5 blades. They have a lubricating strip, Harry's has a lubricating strip for extra glide. They have a trimmer blade, Harry's has a trimmer blade for the hard-to-reach areas. They charge up to $4 per blade. Our German-engineered blades cost as little as $2. Big brands charge higher prices because they can. Harry's keeps you in mind, focusing on high quality at a fair price. So stop rinsing cash down the drain every morning. Get a great shave for a fraction of the price with Harry's. Get a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/kickoff. That's harrys.com/kickoff.
O'Reilly.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a click away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts, tools, accessories, and supplies quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store, or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Ebony Loren, and Febrez's new scent, Soothe and Restore, is so good I wrote a song about it.
I know just what I do. Febreze has my favorite scent. Makes the perfect environment. Sweet like sugar, smooth shea butter. What could be better than being with each other now? Breathe that people breathe. La, 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 la.
Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union offers free checking without the fine print. That's right, straightforward and simple. Enjoy no minimum balance requirement, free online statements, free fraud monitoring services, and get an instant issue debit card. Open your free checking account at fmfcu.org/no fine print or at an FMFCU branch. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA.
We all know Philly sports is big business, and we've got you covered every weekday with the Fanatic's Business of Sports reports that are powered by Pico for Business. For information on how your company can save with Pico's incentives, go to pico.com/business.
Don't miss the Sports Investors Daily Radio Show. Host Chris Hodge breaks down college and pro games from a gambling perspective every Saturday and Sunday morning at 8 on the Fanatic.
With Black Friday savings all month long at the Home Depot, you get all the jingle bells and whistles you could wish for with LG appliances. With America's most reliable line of appliances per independent consumer study, you can take holiday doing to holiday done and always be ready to handle last-minute holiday guests. Save up to $900 on select laundry sets with Black Friday savings, including top brands like LG. At the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Since this ad for Rand and Mike Spear is on a sports station, we could fill it with clumsy sports tie-ins, like calling Rand and Mike Spear is a slam dunk, or you'll score big when you demand Rand. Instead, we'll just tell you Rand and Mike Spear have won over $750 million for their clients. They are the personal injury specialist. Now that's a Hall of Fame performance. Need help? Call 1-800-90-LEGAL and demand Rand, or start your claim online now at randspear.com. 1-800-90-LEGAL, randspear.com.
Jim McManus plays on one station in Philly, 97.5, The Fanatic.
It's 11:19, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, Midday Show, broadcasting live from Leah Corus Walker in the heart of Temple University's campus, the old stomping grounds for myself and Ray Dunn. And, you know, it was a treat this past segment. You know, obviously we don't talk Temple sports all that often, right? When we got the Eagles going on, the Phillies in their playoff run, and the Sixers and the Flyers, you know, so it unfortunately takes us, back seat sometimes. But it was nice. Had Coach Fisher just on right now. Sam Hoffman, one of the new players that transferred over to Temple during the offseason. We had Coach Dion Richardson of the Temple women's team and Aaliyah Nelson. It was a lot of fun, that segment. just being able to talk some Temple hoops and talk about the history of Temple basketball. So very excited for the seasons ahead for both the men's and women's basketball teams. And so, yeah, if you want to talk some Temple hoops, feel free at 610-632-0975 because I'm here. Like it's nice to be here again. I'll be at the Temple football game this weekend against Navy. Tickets still available at alistix.com. Saturday at 2 o'clock against Navy at Lincoln Financial Field. We got Jeff McLane coming up in 10 minutes. He will join us at 11:30 to talk about the Eagles. And I'm interested to hear what he thinks about the question of the day for us. If you're just tuning in now, the thing that I started the show off was about the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Eagles, not just the Cowboys game this weekend, but the next 6 weeks. Because the next 6 weeks has been that part of the calendar that we circled when the schedule first came out. At home against the Cowboys, you get the bye. Then you go to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs Monday Night Football. At home against the Bills. At home against the 49ers. Week 13. I mean, we've known about Week 13 for a long time. And then you're on the road in Dallas on December 10th. And then on the road in Seattle. So the two questions that I had for you today was, one, what's the record that you think the Eagles put up during this 6-week stretch? And, Ray said 3-3, and 3-3 is good. All right. You'll be 10-4 if you go 3-3, and that should still keep you on top of the NFC and on top of the NFC East. During the show, we'll later look at what the Cowboys schedule is, because Ray said earlier today that the Cowboys schedule isn't much easier than the Eagles. So we'll look at the Cowboys schedule over these next 6 weeks and the Niners schedule over these next 6 weeks, because that's important to see what the Eagles can do, what kind of wiggle room they have. Like if they drop one game that you're disappointed in, what kind of wiggle room do they have over the next 6 weeks? So what's the record you expect over the next 6 games? But also, forget record for a second. What is it specifically with the team that you need to see over the next 6 weeks? Because the Eagles have been an imperfect 7-1 football team, right? Like in all 7 wins, there was still an area of the team where you said, all right, I wish that looked a little bit better, except probably the Dolphins game. I think the Dolphins game was as close to a perfect game as you could potentially have as an NFL football team. You go back to the Rams game, that was the first game that was like the full team effort win where the offense looked good, defense looked good, special teams looked good, but the Eagles still had some issues in the red zone in that game. Whereas the Dolphins game, they didn't have that problem. They kicked the field goal the opening drive, and I remember being upset that you need to score touchdowns in this game. You can't get field goals. Well, the defense did their part, and the Eagles offense, they scored touchdowns the rest of the game. So other than that Dolphins game, it has been an imperfect 7-1 season for the Eagles. So what is it that you need to see out of the next 6 weeks where you go, all right, that's the team that I've been hoping for? So one of the answers that I gave earlier today was consistency through 4 quarters defensively. It's great when they make big stops in the fourth quarter. But how about giving your team good field position in the second quarter? How about coming out of halftime, not letting the opposing team get any sort of momentum? I know that it's a game of adjustments, but be the better team on the field, which you have been for the majority of the games this season, right? But I'll give you another answer. I want to see creativity, which is what a caller said earlier about Brian Johnson, but not just creativity like in the fourth quarter. Like I need to see, and maybe not creativity in terms of like double reverses and Philly specials. I mean like a different offense. Because it seems like, especially of late, it seems like they didn't want to put things on tape for these next 6 games. Well, these next 6 games, you have to go all out. These next 6 games, you're not doing vanilla offenses. You can't try to force feed Kenneth Gainwell, right? Like your best players need to be on the field, and you need to have your best game plans. And this week against the Cowboys, they're the team that's playing best out of the 6 games that you're playing over the next 7 weeks. Cowboys twice, Bills, Chiefs, Niners, Seahawks. The Cowboys have played the best out of all those other opponents. So it starts this weekend where I need to see stuff on the field that you've probably been afraid to show so far because you think that you could have won against any of the teams just based off of your talent, and you did that for the most part except for the Jets game. Ray, what do you think about that answer? Just showing more on the field than what you've done over the first 8 games because you were the better team in those 8 games, so you probably didn't have to show much.
Yeah, I think showing more would be certainly a key for them and giving you a little bit more, I guess, excitement in what we've gotten. Like, again, it's hard to go with that route when you could have put up 50 against Washington. You put up 30 in back-to-back weeks in terms of what you've been able to do offensively, but just giving you a little bit more offensively that we can kind of point to week in and week out and say, yeah, we like what's going on for all 4 quarters and we like what we're getting out of both the play call and both and what they're executing out there on the field.
And it's not just because I want them to win 4 games out of the next 6 weeks. Like, the point of the question is what you need to see out of the next 6 weeks to make you feel better about the Eagles' chances of winning a Super Bowl. And if it's the same kind of vanilla offense over the next 6 weeks, it's going to concern me that Brian Johnson doesn't have that next year. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just these next 6 weeks, like, go all out there and go 4-2 to really solidify yourself as a contender in the NFC, but also, like, I want to feel confident going into the playoffs.
Yeah, you want to feel that good about what's going on with this team against that top tier competition. Because you mentioned it right in the lead into talking to me just now about, hey, yeah, we've seen them be able to beat teams that we expect. Outside of that Dolphins game, you've been the better team, no, without a doubt, in each game you've played. Now it's about going out there against a team that matches up with you pretty much evenly on paper, and how do you go about executing it at the high level that you'll be expected to when it counts.
Yeah, and I think that happens, but, it's not prove me wrong. It's just show me, because I believe that you can do it. Just show me. I mean, like, we were all excited for Brian Johnson as the OC because he's been here, right? Well, there's still a lot of stuff that I think there's a lot of meat left on the bones that I'm waiting to see the Eagles take care of business with, and I think they will, but it starts this weekend. So I want to hear from you, 610-632-0975. Jeff McLane joins us in 5 minutes, so let's go to the phones. Let's go to Andrew in Phoenixville. What's up, Andrew?
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. I heard your question. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 5-1.
Okay.
Cowboys really don't scare me. If we can double team Michael Parsons right on the edge like we did the last few years, shouldn't be an issue. It seems like the 49ers, they've had a few weeks of skids. Purdy, obviously is coming out of protocol concussion, so he may be a little bit more sensitive to getting hit. But I'm not too concerned with that.
So who's the loss to?
It's going to be a close one, but I'm going to say Kansas City. But here's the thing that I'm on the fence about is that Denver really showed, it gave everybody a blueprint on how to attack Kansas City. And I don't know if that was just a fluke loss.
Well, I also, because Mahomes had a flu. Remember, it came out that morning that he was going to be playing through it. How bad was it? Remember, a couple of weeks ago, it's funny how different teams operate, right? We didn't know about Jalen Hurts' flu until after the Buccaneers game. We knew about the flu going into that game against Denver for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but I still don't use that as an excuse because you have one of the best.
No, and they really haven't been great all season long. And I appreciate the call, Drew. Like, they haven't been good. So, like, you can make the case that they go 6-0. I don't believe that they do because the NFL, it's too hard to go 6-0. You lost to the Jets, for crying out loud, okay, with Zach Wilson. So they're not going to go 6-0 in these next 6 games. But you could make the case for them winning each of these games, right? You go to Dallas. All right, the Eagles are the better team right now than the Dallas Cowboys, and game 1 is at home. It's at Lincoln Financial Field. The Chiefs game, twofold. The Chiefs have not been good this season. You're also coming off your bye, and it's a Monday night game, so you get that extra day of rest before you take on the Chiefs. Then you take on the Bills in Philly, so you're not going to Bills Mafia. You're taking on the Bills in Philly. Josh Allen has not been good. The Bills have just been a mess all season long. Then it's the Niners. Like, I can't wait for that game because they have all of a sudden started to leak oil, that San Francisco team. And I will love nothing more than another 30-point beatdown just so those stupid 49ers fans can start crying home and realize that their team actually sucks. Then it's the Cowboys again, moving on, and in Dallas, and then in Seattle. And that's a team that you should be able to beat. Ray is obviously saying the stuff like, "Oh man, they're not allowed to win in Seattle for some weird reason." But if you just look at on paper the matchups, the Eagles should win. You could make the case that the Eagles will be the better team in these next 6 games and should be able to go 6-0. They won't, but they should be able to go 6-0. So if they end up going 4-2, which is what I'm saying, 4-2 puts you at 11-3, and you are in a very, very good spot moving forward. Let's go to Hunter in the Northeast. Hunter, you're on the Fanatic.
Hello?
Yo, Hunter. What's up, Hunter?
Oh, man. I'm surprised y'all came straight to me.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing? I wanted to address you. Well, look, I'm loving you. I'm loving Ray. Y'all holding it down, man. Y'all doing great over there, yo.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, I wanted to address what you was talking about yesterday, which is the hate.
The rivalry.
Like, is the rivalry still strong? What you was asking, right?
Yes. Yep. And if you guys want to keep on talking about that today, like I had a full board when I got off, so I know people still want to talk about it.
So, like, to be honest, as a Cowboys fan born and raised,
okay.
I know I'm a rat. I know I'm a roach. I know I'm a traitor.
All those things are correct. Keep going. Tell me more about why you suck.
You can call me all that, but I am a true fan. What it is, though, is that the Eagles fans and other fans love to bring up, all y'all care about is the older days. We don't even talk as Cowboys, me personally.
That's baloney. You personally, but that's baloney. You can't say, we don't talk about the Pats. That's all I freaking hear out of you guys.
Hold on. I'm acceptable at all Eagles cookouts.
Okay. So you're the one.
Everything people do is that, y'all this, y'all that. Y'all are the Eagles fans are the first ones to talk down on the Cowboys.
Yeah, talk down because we're top dog now, man. Now you guys are ankle biters at this point.
I like that big brother energy that you have. I like that
because we are big brother now.
You know what I mean? But keep it a bean, you always got to look over your shoulder with them Cowboys, though, right?
Nah. Yeah, I'm looking over my shoulder because you're behind us. That's why. And because people like you're ready to stab us in the back because you're probably a Sixers, Phillies, Flyers fan, but you're a Cowboys fan.
Not Flyers because I used to like hockey.
You rep the Flyers, but all of a sudden you're a Cowboys fan. No, as soon as you give me a hug, you're twisting the knife in my back. I appreciate the call, Hunter. I got to go. It's Cowboys week. Let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline. Jeff, can't you tell that Dallas is in town this weekend?
Yeah, well... things would feel a little different, I assume. Not much around here in my household, but
no, of course,
certainly in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Cowboys are in town, so the Cretans will start crawling out, which they've been quiet all season long because the Eagles are the cream of the crop. Yesterday I did a show asking if that rivalry was still like as alive as the past, and I'll be honest, Jeff, it's not, and it's because the Eagles have been that gold standard since 2000. And I know that the Cowboys have had their way with the Eagles in head-to-head matchups. But in the last 11 games, Cowboys are 8-3. In the last 11 games, the Eagles have won a Super Bowl. They've been back to another. They've won division titles, including that year when they were 5-7 and the Cowboys choked. So, I basically make the Cowboys are just another team at this point for me.
I don't really get caught up in that kind of stuff. I understand, the fans and not liking Dallas, and that's very real. I don't think it means much in the building, to be perfectly frank with you. I think, maybe there's, because you see them twice a week, the divisional game, twice a season, the divisional games tend to be a little more chippy. And, obviously there's a lot more on the line. So that probably plays into it as well. I think, what the Eagles are concerned about this week, obviously, is beating the Cowboys. But they're also obviously looking at the standings, and this is a team that if they beat them, then they're only a half game behind. They have already had their bye, and then the Eagles go into the bye off a loss and questions about whether they can kind of, win the division.
Speaking of Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline. Now, Jeff, speaking of the next 6 weeks, right, like looking ahead to the schedule, you need to pile up some wins. And so one of the things I'm asking the audience, and I'll ask you, is what is it that you need to see out of a specific player or a coach or the team in general over the next 6 games? Because let's face it, they are an imperfect 7-1 football team. And, that's a good thing that there is still room to improve and you're 7-1. But over these next 6 games where you're playing more superior opponents than what you faced in the first 8 games, what is it that the Eagles really need to clean up for you to think that they have a legit chance of getting back to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, what I would say about the imperfect thing is, obviously there's no perfect team. Right now they're the least imperfect team in the NFL, so that has them atop the league. I think not only in terms of their record, but also in terms of how they played this year. They've been more consistent. And, there hasn't really been a world beater team, and certainly the Eagles aren't playing as well as they did last year at this point. But my job is to look at or point out areas that could be areas of concern moving forward. Now, the Eagles, again, just focused on Dallas this week. They're not looking at this next stretch, although, obviously we can. It's going to be difficult. We've been talking about this as soon as the schedule came out, that it's set up. It was set up to be difficult, and it remains that way. I don't think, I think maybe beyond Dallas, then you have the Chiefs. That's a team that maybe is playing, it's coming off a bad loss, and the Bills, the 49ers, these are teams that haven't really been super impressive. So, I think probably with the Eagles being home in 2 of those 3 games, of course you got to throw Dallas in there again, but they'll play them the second time during that stretch. The Eagles probably be favored in all those games. But, yeah, as you mentioned, the secondary did not play well last week. It's been a patchwork unit through the whole entire season, 8 games, 8 different lineups, if you're including all 5 guys, including the nickel corner. So that's been tough, and there have been weeks that Sean Desai's been able to cover it, and there's been weeks when he has not been able to, and that was the biggest one, I felt. I think a lot of that we've seen Washington now put up the most yards and points on the Eagles' defense because I think that's an offense that stylistically they struggle against, versus that Vic Fangio type of scheme. And, Eric Bieniemy is a good offensive coordinator. They were able to basically figure out the Eagles' disguise pre-snap.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was zone early, and then they went to man late. And I don't think they quite have the speed in the secondary to play a lot of man, and they got exploited. But I think, second, it looks like all 5 of the same guys will be starting in the secondary.
First time.
Yeah, first time all year. So hopefully I'm sure they're hoping that will help them develop some chemistry. And then if you get Bradley Roby back at some point and he moves back into the slot, that could be an upgrade there. But that's certainly an area I think they're focused on. On the offensive side of the ball, turnovers have been an issue. And, that can be a fluky type thing. Sometimes it's difficult to find trends in turnovers. But I think overall it's just been a combination of different factors, and a lot of it just has to go with how tough it has been at times for Jalen Hurts against defenses that have caught up a little bit to what he does, and some has to do with the fact that he's got this knee thing that he's been dealing with of late. He's fought through not only the injury but what he's had to face in terms of the defenses, and had, arguably his best game this last week. So, yeah, certainly there are areas to point out that possibly could slip them up over these next 6 weeks.
I know the report was that it was a bone bruise in the knee. Did you see him limping up the field against the Commanders? They completed that pass to Devontae Smith that probably should have been challenged by Ron Rivera. They didn't. They ran up to the line, and Hurts limped up to the field. I know he is avoiding any questions about the knee. But, I don't know. I'll be honest, it freaks me out when I see him limping his way up the field. That doesn't look like something that's just a bone bruise.
Yeah, so I found out as well. It's a bone bruise, something he's been dealing with, and I think it's one of those things that it's going to be maintenance for a little while. The bye week may help. It's got to obviously heal. I agree that, he's certainly not moving at the pace that with the agility that he typically can move. I noticed, for me, I think it was the lone scramble he had in the game, and then he ran on the Washington sideline. That's when all of a sudden it looked like it was bothering him. And then I watched the film now since that game, and if you look at his pocket movements, they're not 100% where he wants them to be, and I think a lot of that has to do with the knee. But again, he's not on the injury report. If he hadn't worn that brace in that game, if he hasn't confirmed that, it probably wouldn't be out there. Or almost everybody in that locker room has some sort of injury that they're playing through, and this just happens to be what he'll have to kind of fight through for the next several weeks, and who knows how much longer.
Jeff, were you surprised the Eagles didn't pull another move off before the trade deadline earlier this week?
No, I think Kevin Byard was their kind of big splash. They wanted to move a little earlier than just waiting until the end of the deadline. The week before, Julio Jones, Bradley Roby, a couple weeks before that. Typically, there were years where Howie did nothing.
Right.
And since pretty much 2017, the Jay Ajayi trade, he's been more apt to make a deal than not. but I'm not really sure where he could have done something and found a roster spot. They have guys coming off IR that they take roster spots, and they want to see how some of these younger guys, they want to put them in situations because they do have the talent, they do have the ability to play, and I'm looking at, Nolan Smith specifically, and Mario Jomo at defensive tackle, so that's why they moved Kentavious Street. They're so deep at defensive tackle. That guy, the rookie is pretty good, and he's been inactive almost every week, and they feel like he can jump in there and be that guy at the bottom of the depth chart there, but get some reps. So I think that's kind of what the Eagles are doing at this point. And then to make a bigger splash, they have big contracts coming up that they're going to have to give to, Devontae Smith and Landon Dickerson. And do you want to bring in a guy, let's say if you really wanted to upgrade at a certain position, a cornerback or whatever, typically that's guys on expiring contracts. You have to give them an extension. And I just don't think the Eagles want to do that at this point.
Two more for you. I'll start with the running back situation. Yesterday, he was asked about it during his press conference. Sirianni was about Kenneth Gainwell versus Rashad Penny. Is it still the Kenny G show as the number 2 back as this season progresses?
Yeah, so that was my question. It was, he'd been asked about Kenny in the red zone or some other players in the red zone, how they've struggled down there. Obviously, Kenny had the fumble. And then there have been some other times that they've gone to him in that situation. And that was generally how they used him. I wouldn't say all the time last year because Miles Sanders had a lot of rushing touchdowns. But Kenny can get it done in there. And he has not this season. And it's not just there. It's been pretty much everywhere. Now, look, a lot of that falls on the offensive line. There's times when Kenny's running where he has to run and there's just no hole there. But he hasn't really done much after contact. And that, to me, has been the bigger issue, whereas DeAndre can kind of, once he runs into contact, DeAndre Swift, he can kind of lunge forward, get an extra 1 or 2 yards, maybe make someone miss. That has not – Kenny's done that. We did that once on the touchdown the week before against the Dolphins, and maybe a few other times he did it catching the ball once I recall, picking up a first down. But he has not been great. And for Nick to say that it's his body of work and no one asked the question after the Dolphins game is not entirely accurate in that regard, but also not entirely, the fact that, he says that, why would I demote somebody because of the fumble or this, that, or the other thing? Well, I mean, to be fair, Kenny was the number 1 running back in the first game of the season, and he got demoted the following week. Now, some of it had to do with the fact that he missed the game with a rib injury, but, DeAndre, I think, Kenny wasn't great in that first game against the Patriots. So,
and you know what I found interesting during his answer, Jeff? He said Kenneth Gainwell's still our number 2 back. He usually doesn't say like 1 or 2. He made the point to say he's still our second back.
Well, I think what he's doing here is he's trying to give this kid confidence. Look, Kenny's not a bad running back. He actually blocked well against Washington. So there's stuff that he can do. He may be their best blocker on third down. So maybe that's part of the reason why they have him in there more than Boston Scott. And Rashad Penny obviously has not been active at all. I mean, I tend to defer to the coaches. They know these guys, but sometimes they can get lost in this cloud of war and fog of war, and they don't really kind of stand back and see maybe again, they made the mistake of going with Kenny at the beginning of the season. So it's not like they're perfect. DeAndre Swift, to me, I'm not saying I'm a genius, but like I watched every practice and training camp. To me, DeAndre Swift was the best running back. So it surprised me that they stuck with Kenny. I don't know what else is going on there, but I think what he's doing now is he's sticking up for his guy, and he doesn't want him to lose confidence because they are going to need him down the stretch here.
Absolutely. Now, last thing for you, Jeff McLane from the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. Latest on any injury front. I know Cam Jurgens, they opened up the 21-day practice window. Any chance we see him Sunday?
Yeah, I think trending towards playing. Again, they don't have to list him on the injury report, so we don't know exactly where he stands. If you want to err on the side of caution, with a bye week coming, maybe that factors if it's a flip of the coin. But if he's ready to go, they're going to go with him. Jalen Carter he's practiced full. He's got the back thing. He found out Monday though that after they got the MRI and good news there, nothing, and he felt great. So he'll be ready to play on Sunday. There's a few other guys that are banged up. Milton Williams. I think Devontae Smith's been dealing with something. But these guys have fought through these injuries. Nothing, I think, as much to keep them out. Certainly Bradley Roby, I think, is still going to be out. Justin Evans, as we know, is on IR. Grant Calcaterra is in the concussion protocol. There's a chance that he may not be able to play by Sunday. So there are some injuries, but it's kind of around on the fringes.
All right, Jeff. Listen, I appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy yourself this weekend, and we'll talk to you next week before they head into the bye. So, Jeff, thanks as always, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
There he is, Jeff McLane of the Inquirer, Inquirer.com. Coming up next, Ray, we have slop. We have NBA slop. Let's slop specifically with the Sixers. I'll tell you what next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Dallas Week revs up. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by the Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, helps develop better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org. Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday. The 7-1 Birds battle the 5-2 Boys. 4:25 Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. Wednesday's injury report listed Jalen Carter as a full participant, Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens as limited. Both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott did not practice. This game will mark the first time quarterback Jalen Hurts and quarterback Dak Prescott match up since September 2021. The Cowboys won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. Jeff McLane just joined the show, broke down a little bit of the Birds through 8 games. Also, what to look for in the injury report, and of course, what to look for on Sunday. You catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. The 76ers get set for the Raptors tonight. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and KJ Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the James Harden deal. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting line vacated by PJ Tucker, who joined James Harden in that deal to the Clippers. 76ers game is tonight at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 to the Sabres last night. Carter Hart was pulled after just 10 minutes of ice time due to injury. Cam Atkinson and Joel Farabee scored for the Flyers. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home for the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The big sports stories everyone is talking about in Philadelphia. The John Kincaid Show. Tomorrow morning 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
We interrupt your scheduled ads with an announcement. Wawa has pizza. Forgot your anniversary? Wawa has pizza. Feeding a crowd? Wawa has multiple pizzas. Awake after midnight? Wawa has pizza until 3 a.m. Trying to make a good impression? Wawa has pizza and it's freshly made. Go ahead. Tell everyone Wawa has pizza. It's freshly made, tastes great, and you can get it late.
Right now, there's a $0 delivery fee when you order any Wawa pizza at Wawa.com or your favorite delivery app. Your next Wawa run comes with twice the grab-and-go energy whenever you need it. For a limited time, choose 2 Monster Energy drinks or 2 Celsius Energy drinks for $5. Take 2 to fuel the day ahead so you can get energized and stay energized. Whether you decide to get the full boost now or save one for later. That's 2 Monster Energy drinks or 2 Celsius Energy drinks for $5. Gotta have a Wawa.
The holidays are here, and if you're making a list and checking it twice, let the Preferred Pros make that list shorter by checking off your home improvement projects. Whether you need experts to help keep your home cozy warm, remove the junk and clutter, or help to keep your holiday gifts safe, we have just the pros for you.
A new cooling and heating system from WM Henderson Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing is backed by an up to 10-year warranty, no hassle financing, and installation as soon as the next day.
Zoom Drain and Sewer Service of South Jersey provides drain and sewer cleaning services to homeowners, hospitality managers, plumbing contractors, and property managers in the South Jersey area.
Need some extra guest room? Murphy Beds from Bella Systems Philly can double as a desk, a wall unit, or a couch. For a free consultation, visit bellasystemsphilly.com.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details on Preferred Pros, visit 975thefanatic.com.
I just turned 40, and life is busier than ever. My daughter is heading off to college next year. We're in the process of renovating our kitchen. And with my brother leaving town, I'm checking on my parents more often. It wasn't until my best friend suddenly lost her husband, and seeing that firsthand made me realize how important life insurance is. So I asked her who she worked with, and she told me SelectQuote. I called SelectQuote the next day, and a licensed insurance agent found me a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $16 a month. With coverage and a price like that, I finally have peace of mind, even amidst the craziness of life.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance at 1-800-707-1515. That's 1-800-707-1515. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-707-1515. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a click away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts, tools, accessories, and supplies quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store, or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Macy's one-day sale starts tomorrow with great deals of the day on the perfect fall updates for your wardrobe and your home. Like 40 to 60% off comfy PJs and robes she'll love, 40% off boots and shoes, and get 55% off holiday dinnerware and decor. Macy's Star Rewards members can earn faster during Star Money bonus days. Details at Macy's.com/Star Money. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Harris Philadelphia wants to give you more for your play with 3 times comp dollars on table games. Play your favorite games like blackjack, craps, and roulette and earn comps 3 times faster than ever. That's 3 times the comps for free casino play, dining, entertainment, hotel stays, and more. Use your comps at Harris Philly or save them up to use at any Caesars Rewards destination. Get to Harris Philly and on the tables to start earning. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is David Keller from David Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. And you know I love Philly sports, but when I'm not at a game, I take care of my clients. Sometimes, it seems harder than ever to buy a car right now. And then when you do, you go into service, and it's awful, right? Well, I can fix all that. I mean, forget about the old way you bought a car. I'll get you the car you need, the terms you need, and then I'll take care of you right up until you buy your next car. Because I love my clients, and I love our Philly sports teams. And that's why I've always been your dealer. You just didn't know it.
Wait, was he tackled or did he slip and fall?
Looks like the coaches are demanding a replay.
Too bad they can't demand Rand.
What?
Rand and Mike Spear, the accident lawyers. They are personal injury specialists, and they have the best 1-2 punch in the game. They won over $750 million for their clients.
If you want to win, don't settle for the second string. Call 1-800-90-LEGAL and demand Rand. Or start your claim online now at randspear.com. 1-800-90-LEGAL.
You expect your home to protect everything you love, but you don't expect the ways water is breaking down your basement and damaging your home. Mold, cracks, and of course visible water are just a few signs your basement is compromised. But there's one way to get answers to all your concerns. A free home inspection from BQ Basements and Concrete. We put water back in its place. Go to basementsbybq.com. License number PA158514, 13VH11822-900.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5, The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, broadcasting live from Temple University, right on Leacourse Walk. By the way, you can stop by the Temple campus for a busy next couple of days of events. Temple volleyball is in action at 4 o'clock today and again tomorrow at noon. Both games in McGonigal Hall, the historic McGonigal Hall. The Big East Field Hockey Championships take place at the Temple Sports Complex tomorrow and Sunday, and the Owls will be in action against ODU in the semifinal game at 3 p.m. on Friday. Fans are also invited to the Nikki Frank Fencing Open on Saturday and Sunday at the Leacourse Center. Admission is free for all events. And, of course, Temple football this Saturday against Navy at 2 o'clock. You can get tickets at owlsticks.com. Kids' tickets are as low as $10 on game day. And I will be at the game this Saturday, which I can't wait. Obviously, having a kid kind of throws a wrinkle into the plans of going to one football game and one basketball game at least a season. So it's going to be nice to be back at the Link tomorrow or on Saturday when Temple battles Navy. So, Ray, I told you that there was some slop, some NBA slop this league, man. It never gets old. And we know that the Sixers are going to be involved with a lot of rumors because after that James Harden trade, the rumors weren't going to stop. because they acquired all those picks and they acquired some veterans in order to potentially move for another star player. And it's one thing for me to say that. It's another thing for Adrian Wojnarowski to literally report the day after the trade that something was still going to happen, that the Sixers were not done. And I know a lot of people called in the day after the trade and said, oh, just wait till next year. Just wait till next year. I was talking to my neighbor about it. Oh, just wait till next year. No, I can't punt, okay? This team is not good enough to win an NBA championship, but they are close. They just need one more player. And so we have a report. His name is Mike Scotto. All right, I'm sure you're locked in on Mike Scotto's success. He works for Hoops Hype. He's an NBA insider, also USA Today. Here's his report, Ray. Quote, some potential targets to keep an eye on for the Philadelphia 76ers include Zach LaVine, who can spread the floor, and OG Anunoby, who is loved by Coach Nick Nurse. And, of course, if you were listening to the show the other day, we had on Chris Mannix from Sports Illustrated, who also said those two names. But that's not it. He offers, he's talking about Anunoby, he offers two-way versatility on both sides of the ball, blah, blah, blah. Other names, Philadelphia will monitor, include Donovan Mitchell from the Cleveland Cavaliers and Pistons forward Bojan Bogdanovic, who we talked about before the season even started as a potential piece in like a three-team deal. So your thoughts, right? Donovan Mitchell, a name to pay attention to, and Bogdanovic, who's a guy that can light it up from three, can score all over the place. I mean, I thought Bogdanovic, I wanted to trade Tobias. This is when the whole casual. That's when you and Jamie busted my balls for like a whole week. I wanted to trade Tobias and somehow get Bogdanovic back because I thought Bogdanovic fits perfectly with James Harden. Now, James Harden is gone, and we've been talking about having a secondary ball handler with Tyrese Maxey. Now, Mitchell fits that perfectly. Bogdanovic is still a guy that could fit on this team because if Harris plays the 4, Bogdanovic is your 3 that can really light it up for you. You're still going to need somebody other than Melton probably, but you can get a veteran at some point during the buyout, or it is Melton because of his defense. But Ray, those two names, I'll take the phone call.
I will most certainly take the phone call. I'll do more than take the phone call. I might stay on the phone. I might have a nice long conversation. Donovan Mitchell intrigues me a lot. I'm very curious what the fit there would be. But with talent like that, I figured that out later. Bring me the talent. Let Nick Nurse go to work.
Well, could you imagine a 2-man game with him and Embiid? It's the same
exactly.
with Tyrese. I mean, and here's the deal. Like, it goes back to constant movement. Like the James Harden thing. I liked James Harden. I know I was one of the weird ones who liked James Harden. But for me, like, it's constant movement now with Donovan Mitchell. You can still do what I think Nick Nurse would like to do offensively. So I'll ask you, out of those 4 names now, right? So we have Zach LaVine, OG Anunoby, we have Donovan Mitchell and Bojan Bogdanovic. Who's the guy that you would go, all right, that's the guy that I want with the Sixers?
Mitchell.
Mitchell?
I remember going back. It wasn't this past summer. It was the white party before this year's white party.
Oh, that's right. The infamous white parties, man.
Yes, and it was the picture of Embiid with Mitchell. And I remember that picture sticking. I think it might have been him. Was Tobias in that? There was some picture with Mitchell and some collection of 76ers. And I remember pointing back to that. I was like, you know what? If they find a way to make that happen, sign me up. Maybe I would be overjoyed with it. I will still sign up for that. I might go out and buy one of the rookie sweatshirts that give you the definition of rookie. And
my God, I forgot about that.
Yes, I might go out and get one of those sweatshirts they get Mitchell. That's how in on Donovan Mitchell I would be.
Now, and it's funny, right? You go back to the white party where they try to take care of business with James Harden, which obviously that didn't work out. One of the latest reports out of the Sixers, I forget who it was that was reporting it. It might have been, who's the guy with Bleacher Report? Fisher, Jake Fisher, right? That's his name?
Yes, Jake Fisher.
Jake Fisher had a report that Joel Embiid was going to be a big part of the recruiting this season, right? Not just this offseason, but Joel Embiid will be a big part of the recruiting trail this season for acquiring another star. So you go back to that white party with Donovan Mitchell, maybe that's a part of it. But the names right now, Zach LaVine, OG Anunoby, I think we're going to hear that over and over and over again until somebody else acquires them or until the Sixers acquire them. But now also add Donovan Mitchell and Bojan Bogdanovic as potential names to keep an eye on for the Sixers. So I want to react to that with you as well at 610-632-0975. But a question for you. I meant to get to this yesterday, but we were so fired up about this Eagles-Cowboys rivalry thing and whether or not the juice is still there. There was something that I wanted to play for you, and my man Solus Ryan will. Hang tight, we'll get to you. So Joel Embiid is a guy that obviously is the center of the Philadelphia 76ers. Take a listen. This was Brian Windhorst on one of the ESPN basketball programs talking about the Sixers, their next steps, and also Joel Embiid.
Feels, Brian, incomplete to me until we see where those picks end up, and that seems to be what Joel Embiid is feeling.
Yeah, I think the mandate is the same. Even if James Harden was happily on the 76ers and had signed a beautiful extension this offseason, they were under the same amount of pressure after a couple of seasons where they underachieved, and the comments that Joel Embiid made over the offseason, they were under pressure to get deeper into the playoffs this year, to make a run at winning the Eastern Conference. That's one of the reasons why they changed the head coach, regardless of what was going to happen with James Harden. And that is a reality when you have a star player of this level. When you have an in-their-prime MVP, his contract is irrelevant. It's what his happiness level is. So it is the mandate of Daryl Morey and Elton Brand and that organization to keep Joel Embiid engaged and believing the team can compete for a championship. And so that is the mission. And now they have a little bit more chips in the game to be able to do that. And based on what I understand, I think Joel Embiid is in a good place. I think he's off to a good start this season. He's had a couple of really good games in a row. The team is off to a good start. A lot of the players are feeling good about themselves. And now they don't have to worry about James Harden showing up or not. I think in the short term here, I think you'll see the Sixers play some pretty good basketball even before they make another potential trade to add to their roster.
All right, let me ask this question for you guys at 610-632-0975. Do you care if Joel Embiid's happy? Now, the reason why I asked that question is I'll tell you right now, you should, okay? Joel Embiid is the best player on this team. I know we are all in love with Tyrese Maxey, and he's Allen Iverson light. And the guy goes out there and just balls every single time. We've seen him through 3 games. He was the Eastern Conference Player of the Week, all that. This team is nothing without Joel Embiid, okay? And I know we are tired of second-round losses. I know we are tired of injuries at the end of the season. It is disrespectful sometimes the things that I hear what Sixers fans say about Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid won MVP last year. He was a runner-up 2 years prior to that. Like, the guy is one of the best players in the NBA to date, okay? He's an incredible talent. And this team does not operate well without Joel Embiid. So the big thing that I took away from that, from the clip that we just played of Brian Windhorst, was they want to do whatever it is to keep Joel Embiid happy. Now, I know there's a lot of you right now listening going, well, I don't care about Joel Embiid. Like, what has Joel Embiid done for me? They always lose. I want to rebuild. I want to build with Tyrese Maxey. I fielded those calls. During the offseason, right after the Sixers lost, I heard the calls of, trade him now, blow it up, I'm tired of this team. Wrong, okay? Wrong. You need Joel Embiid on this team in order to win something. I'm not doing a process 2.0, okay? I'm broadcasting live from Temple right now. When I was here on campus, my 4 years getting my bachelor's degree, the Sixers were where they were tanking. All right, that sucked, okay? That was terrible. I did not have Sixers basketball in my life during college. That sucked. I don't wish that upon anyone else, but because they had optionality and assets, all of a sudden we raise a banner for Sam Hinkie. No. You did that to land Joel Embiid. You don't now do it again to get rid of him. Stop that. So my question for you is, do you care? Like, when you hear it's to make Joel Embiid happy, do you care? Because I say you should, but I know a lot of you don't. 610-632-0975. Ray, I'll ask you your thoughts.
Yeah, make that man happy. Do just everything you need to do to keep that man happy and keep going. The biggest thing for me has been keeping this team in its championship window and keeping it with the opportunity to compete. You're not doing that without Joel Embiid. Anyone trying to delude themselves into thinking that, oh, this can happen without him. No, he's the MVP for a reason. He's here for a reason, and you need to keep him happy for that exact reason, because as soon as he's unhappy, I guarantee you might, in the first week of that, if you don't like the guy, be, oh, yeah, he's gone. It's, we can go make something work. You will be miserable for years. Yes. You will be miserable for years because it takes a lot to get a talent like that on this team. And when one of them goes, it's not just an interchangeable part that, oh, we can figure it out without him.
And I love Tyrese Maxey. Do we know that he's going to recruit a star player? Like, I know there's still the question, well, who actually wants to play with Joel Embiid? I don't know. But I don't know about that about Tyrese Maxey either. And one of the things that I kept on hearing that I didn't like during the offseason was, well, if you blow it up, you might see what Tyrese Maxey can be. Well, I know what Joel Embiid is. It's damn MVP. Well, like, why would I go away from that? And there was a lot of people that wanted to blow it up and start all over, except for Tyrese Maxey. Everybody wanted to keep Maxey, Paul Reed, and Jaden Springer. Well, you know what? That would have gotten you 30 wins. Okay? Tyrese Maxey would have balled out, would have been awesome. You would have won 30 games, and we, like you just said, Ray, we would have been miserable. until they found somebody. But they probably wouldn't have been bad enough to have a top pick. So now you have Joel Embiid. You have Tyrese Maxey, who you're going to extend at some point. You have the cap room to get somebody else that's a max player this season, and then once Tobias Harris is gone, you then allocate that money to Tyrese Maxey. You're in the driver's seat right now to make a lot of good things happen. But it starts with keeping Joel Embiid happy. So miss me on the whole, I don't care about him. What does he want? 610-632-0975. Two open lines. Let's go to Solus Ryan. What's up, Ryan?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So, real quick before I talk birds, I'm very 50. Depending on who we get, we'll see what happens. I'm still kind of I agree with everything you're saying about Embiid. I still just believe that we know what he is, and we'll see, man. It really depends on who we get, and I can't say you don't put the right guy around him, because Harden definitely, I wouldn't say was, but definitely wasn't.
He was close, right? Because Embiid had his best season last year, and James Harden dropping 20 and 10, he had a good season. But maybe there is that guy that gets you to that next step, whether it's a Donovan Mitchell or a Zach LaVine or an OG Anunoby.
I need to see Embiid go from a killer to an assassin like the greats, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But
all right, what do you got on the birds?
Well, all right, so Dallas. So here's the thing, Kunis. You got the history, but if you truly understand the history, and your parents taught you properly in sports, you'd have that hate for the Cowboys. You just would. And
I do, but I'm telling you, the rivalry the last 3 years has been dead.
It hasn't. Well, hold on. To wit, I will say though, they've beaten us. They have a winning record against us. So they're
8-3 in the last 11 games. And those last 11 games, the Eagles have won a Super Bowl and been back to another one. The Cowboys haven't gotten out of the second round.
I hear you, but you gotta fully embrace the history, and you gotta want to beat them, and just know it's the history.
Well, obviously I want to beat them. And you know what, like Ryan, at 425, I'll start booing my head off at the Cowboys, right? 425 Sunday, but it's not the same as it used to be. Like, we used to do Eagles-Cowboys week, where we would have guests on starting on the Monday of the week. We're not doing that anymore. Because it's not as alive.
Doesn't it get to you, though? Just like, I've never been to Dallas. I don't have family in Dallas, and I just root for them just to.
Yeah, no, I hate those people. I had a caller earlier today. I hate that guy, and I appreciate the call. I hate Cowboys fans. I hate the Dallas Cowboys. All I'm trying to make a point is, forget history for a second. The rivalry has not been the same the last couple of years, and a lot of it is because we are now top dog. We would get ferocious toward the Cowboys. You know why? Because we weren't winning much. And so we had to fight uphill battles. We love being the underdog in this city. Well, we're top dog now. All right, the Cowboys are beneath us. They're ankle biters. They're chihuahuas. So all I know is, all right, go ahead. We'll see what happens. And if the Cowboys win, I'm going to be upset, because I'm going to be upset that the Eagles had a chance to go another game up in the standings. It had nothing to do with it being the Cowboys. Because in these last 5 years, all right, if I go back to 2017-18, I keep on bringing this point up. The Cowboys are 8-3 against the Eagles. The Eagles have won a Super Bowl, have won another division after that, have gotten to another Super Bowl. The Cowboys have done nothing. So even if the Cowboys win, I go, all right, congrats. Here's your sticker, because the Eagles are going to do a lot more. Oh, wow. I just saw that on the screen. Go ahead, Ray. What do we got? What's the news?
Well, thanks, Silvana, for that one. A.J. Brown.
Thank you, Silvana.
NFC Offensive Player of the Month.
Oh, as he should be. He's breaking records.
Yeah, that feels right.
Top wide receivers of all time. Let's go to Will in Brookhaven. Will, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, what's going on, South Trinidad?
What's up, Will?
I wanted to make a couple points with the Sixers. Well, I like the Donovan Mitchell point, but what about the chemistry with Maxey in the backcourt? Wouldn't that stun his growth a little bit, or?
How'd it work with Harden? He became a better player. He became a better player with James Harden.
But then you're talking about Mitchell picking up all these shots, and
so did James Harden.
He's a ball hog, but I'm not saying he's a ball hog, but I don't know.
Look, it would come down to Nick Nurse being able to make it work. Nick Nurse's scheme is all about ball movement, right? So he would have to buy into it. And you know how these trades happen, right? They don't just make a trade and all of a sudden Donovan Mitchell's there. They probably talk. Right, so they would have to really make sure. They would talk to the agent. Hey, is he going to buy into this kind of system? And then Donovan Mitchell talks to his agent, says yes, like I'll be able to do that. And what has Donovan Mitchell won at this point? You know what I mean? Like he's got to do whatever he can to try to win a ring. And I'm not worried about stunting growth of Tyrese Maxey. I don't think Maxey and Embiid alone is good enough to win a championship. You add one more star player, you can.
Yeah, I agree. And Zach LaVine, I like him, but what about taking Zach LaVine to another team and then grabbing that star from that team? I mean, I like Zach LaVine, but then what has he done? He hasn't won anything either.
No, he's been on trash teams in Minnesota and Chicago.
And if I could make another point, as far as you pushed out other names, but what about a name like this? It kind of makes sense, but I would say take a look at Memphis and Jared Jackson Jr. How long does he want to be there in that team? I mean, I wouldn't mind having him.
No, that'd be great, but I imagine they're going to wait to see when Ja comes back what kind of squad they have.
But they're getting deeper in the hole because once he comes back, they might be done in,
Yeah, but you know the deal. As long as you get into that play-in tournament and you're talented enough, and thanks for the call, Will. I mean, look at the Lakers last year. Lakers were the AC, got to the Western Conference Finals. So seeding doesn't really matter as much anymore, right? As long as you're the more talented team on the court, you're going to win games. And, yeah, I mean, it's something to definitely keep an eye on, but I just don't know if Memphis is willing to make any moves like that. They want to probably see what they got in Ja Morant once he comes back. All right, we'll continue the Eagles conversation. Obviously, the next 6 weeks, what is it that you need to see? We have a poll up and running on the station's account, 975 The Fanatic. We'll get to that coming up next. But the question is, what do you need to see over the next 6 games out of the Eagles? Not win-loss-wise, but what is it that you need to see where you're going, all right, this is the team that I expect to go into the season. This is the team that's going to be a legit Super Bowl contender in the NFC. And now also on the Sixers front, we have 2 new names that have been floated out there, Donovan Mitchell and Bojan Bogdanovic as potential trade pieces for the Sixers. We've already heard Zach LaVine and OG Anunoby. And my question is, because Brian Windhorst said something on ESPN that I wanted to play for you for a reason. He said they're going to do whatever they can to make Joel Embiid happy. I am all about making that man happy because you're not winning squat without him. But I do know a lot of people are kind of tired of Embiid and, wait till you get out of the second round and he's always hurt. And so why should I try to make him happy? Let's make Tyrese Maxey happy. I mean, we just, Will, the caller. Oh, I'm afraid to get Donovan Mitchell because what if it stunts Tyrese Maxey's growth? His growth wasn't stunted with James Harden. He became a better player. And I expect that to continue. So do you care about keeping Joel Embiid happy? Because I do. Because you're not winning without him. 610-632-0975. Andrew Salchunas taking you until 2 o'clock right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And speaking of the NBA, you can jump into the NBA action right now with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can bet just $5, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, win or lose. Plus, all customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel when they place a $5 bet on the NBA. That's awesome. That way you can watch all the action as you bet on everything from point spreads to player props. You know I love those 3-point shooting props. Best of all, you'll get paid your winnings instantly, so don't miss your chance to get $100 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass. Just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic and tip off the NBA season right. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus, President PA. New customer offer, first online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer, $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another day closer to Dallas. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Wendy's. The Wendy's Biggie Bag comes with your choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich plus 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. U.S. price of participation may vary. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher. Eagles and Cowboys are this Sunday. 7-1 Birds. Battle 5-2 Boys. 4:25 Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. Eagles Wednesday injury report listed Jalen Carter's full participant. Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens as limited. Both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott did not practice. Coming across the wire just the last half hour here, A.J. Brown, NFC Offensive Player of the Month. And no surprise there, the man's been setting records 6 straight games with 125-plus receiving yards for him. That is an NFL record. Going back to the Eagles-Cowboys. Cowboys won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. Jeff McLane joined the show earlier to talk all things Eagles. and get you into that matchup with the Cowboys. You catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. 76ers getting set for the Raptors tonight. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting lineup that was vacated by P.J. Tucker. Tucker, of course, going in the trade to the Clippers with James Harden and Philip Petrusev in that one as well. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and K.J. Martin will introduce to the media on Wednesday. Following that deal, the game is tonight, 7 o'clock. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 last night as they have lost 3 in a row now. Keep it locked here for the latest news and information. I'm right on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Win a free trip or 2 to Spring Training 2024. The Titans will be back, and it all starts in Clearwater. Listen starting Monday at 8 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. for your chance to win a $25 Rally House gift card and qualify for a 3-day getaway to Spring Training in March, courtesy of Philly Sports Trips. The trip includes airfare, a stay at the beautiful AC Hotel in Clearwater Beach, a VIP party, and game tickets. For complete details and another chance to win, go to 975thefanatic.com. Win a trip to Spring Training 2024. Starts Monday at 8, noon, and 4. Presented by Rally House. Your city, your house. PhillySportsTrips.com. Travel with the pros. And 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hi, it's John Kincaid. You realize it's getting cold out, right? But it's not supposed to be cold inside your house. You realize that, right? Those old drafty windows, it's going to make your furnace work in overdrive this winter. So what do you want to do? Do you want to pay unnecessarily high energy bills? Of course not. You want to call Window Nation at 866-90Nation. And you want to check them out online at windownation.com because their energy-efficient windows are designed for climate changes, and they're going to help keep the cold out during the winter, and they're also going to help you lower your monthly energy costs by up to 30%. This month only. Check out this offer. Window Nation's offering 0% interest for 5 years. Are you kidding me? Nobody's doing this in business. That's 60 months interest-free. And get 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy. So you're protecting your family from the elements, you're lowering your energy costs, you're upgrading the look of your home, and you're feeling just so good about the deal you got from Window Nation. 5 years interest-free? That's nuts. Call 2 free windows for every 2 that you buy, but in November, that's 0% interest for 5 years. Call the company over 200,000 families have trusted with their home. Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation. Go to windownation.com. Tell them Kincaid sent you.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the potty, less is more, so roll it irresistibly soft and hella nice. The grip is always stocked. It's our potty bites. So our kicks feel fast. So what? Everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Save on stuff you really need and stuff you bought for fun. Stuff you've always really wanted this holiday at Amazon. Stuff that is discounted if you're naughty or you're nice. Stuff to buy your grandma who drinks her Chardonnay with ice. Stuff to make you big and strong. Stuff we can name in this song. Stuff for lawns and decking halls. Say big on stuff at Amazon.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a click away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts, tools, accessories, and supplies quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store, or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Hedge Truck's back and it's better than ever, so the
the Hess police truck and cruiser with sirens, lights, wheelie action, and battering ram. Free shipping and batteries included. Only at HessToyTruck.com.
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Listen to the John Kincaid Show and the best show ever for the Flyers and Sixers beautiful blend of the week. When it's game time, it's Tully time.
Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union offers free checking without the fine print. That's right, straightforward and simple. Enjoy no minimum balance requirement, free online statements, free fraud monitoring services, and get an instant issue debit card. Open your free checking account at fmfcu.org/no fine print or at an FMFCU branch. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA.
Get ready for sneaker culture presented by Celsius Essential Energy Drinks. It's all happening at Raymond James Stadium on December 9th. Buy, sell, trade. See hundreds of exhibits with the rarest finds in sneakers, collectibles, and apparel with celebrity shoppers, influencers, and esports. And guess what? You could win a trip for two to be there, VIP style. To enter, just head to sneakerculture.com. That's culture with a K and register to win. Don't miss out on the ultimate sneaker experience. Sneaker Culture Tampa, where style meets the streets. See you in Tampa.
Welcome to the Fanatic family. This is 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's 12:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, broadcasting live from Temple University, right on Lee Corus Walk, right across from Charles Library, the brand new library here on campus. Absolutely beautiful. Not that I didn't like the one before that I barely went to. Yeah, see, get degrees. But hey, I hope the kids that are walking around Lee Corus Walk right now don't hear that. Like, strive for A's. Strive for A's. 12 o'clock hour brought to us by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at ServiceFirstHVAC.com. Now, Ray, I don't know if you're more disappointed or I'm more disappointed right now because I got Mike Vito next to me. Mike Vito, a tremendous engineer here at the station. Does stuff, all kinds of stuff behind the scenes that people don't even know about. And so we're broadcasting live right outside of Maxie's, which, Ray, as you know, is a fantastic establishment.
Wonderful spot.
Yeah, wonderful. And I'm thinking of my man Ant today because, you know, Ant wouldn't eat anything that's in there just because he doesn't like other things on his pizza. So Vito's sitting next to me. He got himself a Chipotle chicken bacon ranch pizza, which looks, smells, and I can hear his lips smacking as he takes bites right now next to me. And he said something to you about it over the air, but like you're back at the studio, that stinks. Yes. I'm right here next to him. Right here next to him, no offer.
Oh, he went and didn't say anything to you.
He walked out with the box.
Wow.
And here I am. You know, I've been taking in the aroma of Maxie's ever since I got here. You know, the oven was cooking since before 10 o'clock. It's now 12:20. I've been smelling it for 2.5 hours. And I'm just watching this man house devour, okay? Devour this pizza. Nothing.
That's not a foxhole move right there. That's really disappointing from
No, and you know,
Boston
I would
Mike.
have said, no, I'm good, thanks. I'll wait till after the show, but not even an offer. And here he is. Got Brendan here, got Aaron here. No offers of them either.
Wow. Jeez. Only out for
he
himself.
offered you guys. Oh, okay. Oh, he offered Aaron and Brendan some slices, but not me. Oh, okay. And like all I said was like, man, can't wait for you to try the pizza. It's going to be great. And he's trying it.
I was upset for myself for not being there. Now I'm kind of more upset for you.
Yeah, it's disappointing. You know, you learn more about people the more time you spend with them. Just very disappointing. I'll get back to the phones in a second, but Nick checked in on Twitter with a point that I like because we do this, right? When we don't like a player, we say things and then like we like another player, we'll say something else just to try to make our point. So Nick checks in, that caller, and his name was Will, said that caller that said Levine isn't the right guy because he hasn't won, then suggested pursuing Jarrett Jackson, who also hasn't won. There's not one star/borderline star who is likely to become available who has won yet. So if that's people's requirement, just give up. I do find that funny. Like, we do that, right? I actually had this complaint during the offseason. Do you remember there was one of those hot take shows where the guy was trying to say that Justin Fields was better than Jalen Hurts. And I just freaked out because it was like, it wasn't just he believed Justin Fields was better than Jalen Hurts. He then tried making the point that Jalen Hurts stunk. And it's like, yo, dude, like you can say you think Justin Fields is better even though you're wrong. Like that's a moronic take to have. You're wrong. But at least still say that Jalen Hurts is a good player and he does this well, he does that well. But I think Justin Fields has a higher upside and I think he's going to do this, going to do that. Instead, I feel like we always have to try to tear down another player to make a point. And so to the Knicks' point on Twitter, yeah, Will checks in. He goes, I don't want Levine. He's not won anything, but give me Jarrett Jackson. Why do we do that, Ray?
I don't know. We're trying to find the supporting argument. We're like, you know what? Let's disparage this one player, and we'll add that as support for my argument. It never really makes sense to try and just push away, especially when you're those two players, like the comparison. I would say you're probably saying you don't need someone of that ilk. You're looking for Jarrett Jackson. I wouldn't even bring in the conversation about the guards that they're looking at. I would just focus on Jackson. I was really confused
you
on
say I don't like Donovan Mitchell. I would rather have Jarrett Jackson.
Yeah.
Instead of adding the whole, this guy. I don't like this guy, and it's because he hasn't won. What are you wiping off your hands on your pants? Oh, he thought he's lost his phone. I thought he was wiping off the delicious sauce of the Chipotle chicken bacon ranch that he just devoured. Those 2 slices gone already?
Just one.
Okay.
I'm saving the next one for you. General says it's coming up.
No, stop it. Let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Karate Mark. What's up, KM?
Tunis, what's up, brother Ray? How are you?
We are doing great, man.
Yo, we're absolutely on the same page today. I had full intentions of calling in today and just saying how happy I am with the Sixers. First, let me start by saying I truly believe if we add Harden, we're a 3-4 seed. I believe now that we don't have Harden, still a 3-4 seed. So yes. I think the difference is, and what I wanted to call about, and you just asked, is Joe's happiness. I haven't seen a long 7-foot wingspan flying Joe running down the baseline after scoring enough. I haven't seen smiling Joe enough. I haven't seen Joe grab T.J. McConnell and choke him. And I haven't seen smiling Joe enough. And smiling Joe is a good thing for Philadelphia.
Yeah, and you think about it, the part of the reason why he's not smiling is the lack of success. And every single year we think we're close and then something happens. Now, some of it is his fault, right? Like, I'm not saying that Embiid is completely innocent in this situation. He did not show up Game 7 against the Celtics. The final 5 minutes against Game 6, everybody crushes James Harden for not getting the ball to Joel Embiid. Yo, you're the MVP, damn it. Like, you call timeout and demand the ball, all right? You get the ball. But then again, he is the guy that's still here. And if he is happy, that means he wants to stay in Philadelphia. And if he stays in Philadelphia, you are a perennial contender every single year as long as you add that one extra piece. Like I keep on hearing, he's got to be more of a killer. I agree. But, it's one thing if he's a killer on a team with a bunch of nobodies, right? You need to get him one more player.
And a few other things. You said getting him the one other player. We've been looking for that forever. We tried with Fultz, whatever. We tried with Simmons. Whatever. We try with Harden, whatever. We've tried, and all it's done is bring drama to this team. We don't have the drama on the team anymore. We got Joe that can now just play, and if he's playing good, that's going to draw in that extra piece, whether it be this year or next year. Either way, we're looking at entertaining basketball for the next couple months, if that's one thing we can guarantee.
Absolutely, and I want it to happen this year, KM. I really do. I appreciate the call, brother. I want it this year because I want the Sixers to be championship contenders this year. I don't want to punt, even though they're still going to be good enough to get in the playoffs and maybe even have a home series at the start because they'll be the higher seed. I don't care. Like, I want to win championship. I mean, we've been dealing with this for freaking 7 years, man. I went through the disappointments with Simmons. I've now gone through the disappointments with Embiid's injuries for all these years and James Harden. No, man, like I can't just give up on another season because it might be smarter to do that. No, you now have the assets. You have all those picks that you acquired when you traded James Harden. I give Daryl Morey so much credit for making that trade happen. But don't let it go to waste. Take care of business this year. Let's go to my man Tasty Cake Dom. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Andrew. Hey, Ray. Hey, how are you today?
We're doing great. How are you?
I'm great. pretty nice out today, and I'm sitting on my deck listening to you and Ray, who has it better than me.
Dude, I'm sitting on Leacourse Walk right now, man. I'm sitting in the heart of history. Temple basketball.
Somehow, Andrew, I would love to come see you, Bob and Pat, for a pregame this year.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Just transporting me is a pain in the butt anymore. I got my foot all wrapped up and all that crap. So here's what I want to talk to you about. I got a couple things that I want to talk to you about because I feel very old today. So interesting, Andrew, listening to the morning show, because John spoke this morning of the tremendous venom when you play the Cowboys. And so I think for Bob and John, like myself, it's still there at a much higher level than you and Ray might feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look,
it's a generational thing.
No, and that's why yesterday when I did the show, I asked for all generations to call in. But I would like to also point out that, you know, sometimes the fire of the Buddy Ryan days, it burns out at some point, and you need to find other reasons why. And look, you hate the Celtics till the day you die, Dom, right? Like you are forever Celtics hater. Yeah, it also more. It also means a little more that the Celtics have knocked the Sixers out of the playoffs in the last
Andrew,
5 years.
We talked, you and me. I told you and Anthony last year the rivalry with the Celtics, that when you lose 6 consecutive times in the playoffs to the same team, there's no more rivalry. That rivalry is dead, and it's the most worst rivalry of my lifetime. But there is, if you lose 6 consecutive playoff series to the same team, there's no more rivalry. It's done.
Right.
Andrew, I want to ask you, and just for my own benefit, to ask you and Ray a question. When you think of Bobby Knight, tell me the first thing that comes to your mind.
Oh, the first thing is him throwing the chair.
Right.
But like I know he won 2 national titles. So like
so it was my uncle was a high school ref for 30 years. And he was a Bobby Knight disciple. And that's what I feel is going to go away with his legacy, is what a brilliant basketball coach.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is a shame. Right, and I appreciate the call, Dom. You know, Bobby Knight passed away yesterday, in case people missed it. You know, when you think of Bobby Knight, and Ray, I'm sure you feel, you know, the same thing is throwing the chair and then, you know, choking players and all that kind of stuff. But the guy did win 2 national titles. So it's not like he wasn't just this guy that yelled and screamed. He was also a great coach. And, you know, eventually it wore off and he didn't win, but he was there forever. He was like almost like Bill Belichick, where until he's ready to go, he's going to be there. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be how the majority of us remember him, Dom, is the fact that he was this lunatic, you know, as a head coach. But then again, like, I also don't want to ignore that coaching still matters. Like, there was the moment a few years ago that I absolutely hated because just too many people complained about it. Tom Izzo was yelling at a freshman a few years ago, and it wasn't even in the NCAA tournament. It was just in a big game. And he pulled his freshman aside and yelled at him. And people cried. And it was like, oh, my God, just because he made a mistake doesn't mean you have to yell at him in front of all those people. That's coaching. Like, why does that all of a sudden, why is that bad? Like, it's like, as long as you're not throwing chairs like Bobby Knight, like, get in the face of a player and you know, tell him when he did something wrong, that's only going to make him better.
Yeah.
Right, Ray?
I mean, yeah, you're on Temple's campus right now. Like, the person I think about when we talk about hard coaching all the time is Mike Vrieswick and the threads he'll put out on playing for Cheney and what it was like at Temple, and talking to some of the players that used to play for Cheney and how tough he was on them. And, like, yeah, coaching and college basketball and that, no, the world of coaching has changed, obviously, since the days of John Cheney. But, like, hard coaching still matters. You do it in a way that isn't necessarily maybe as difficult as it was, you know, in the 20th century, but you still have to
make it abusive, but you know, like, it's okay to get into the player's grill and say, like, what are you doing? Get your head out of your rear end.
Yeah, I mean, you get results that way, and
Look
you
at
get results from
Sirianni.
some
He
of
does
these.
it with Hurts,
Yes.
and remember a couple weeks ago when he yelled at Hurts on the sideline, people complained. Oh, Sirianni's got to stop. Like, it's okay. Like Jalen Hurts is not your child. Like, it's okay. Jalen Hurts likes it when he gets yelled at by his coach. They talked about that from the very beginning, that he likes being coached and coached hard. So why all of a sudden is that a problem?
It shouldn't
all right,
be.
Let's go ahead.
Oh, it just shouldn't be. I mean, that's part of what this is. You know, you have to be able to be coached. And that goes to sports, and I think it goes well beyond sports of, like, you know, a generation that, like, you don't know everything. You have to be willing to accept the fact that you don't know everything and that someone might know better than you. And it's a good attribute to have, to be coachable. And we see that in athletes, and we see the most successful programs, most successful things where the leader is the one that, you know, sets the tone and kind of coaches people up and gets them in the place to succeed. So that you shouldn't be how could dare he? No, it's going to be for that person's benefit eventually.
Right.
But you don't realize that in the moment.
Just don't throw chairs. That's all.
Yeah.
Let's go to Greg in Bethlehem. Greg, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Greg? How you doing?
I'm good. I was trying to figure out with the Eagles personnel, is there anything they can do with their scheme to take away the slant that the Commanders use?
Yeah, you got to play up on the line of scrimmage, right? And here's the deal. Like, I think right now they haven't had to do that. That's also they're afraid of the deep pass getting by them, and they don't want to get beat by the big play. But when you have that pass rush, when you have that front four, sometimes when you go with the front five, like, you know, the five-man front, like, you can get to the quarterback. So you might want to go up a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage and not 10 yards off. Because if you're 10 yards off the line of scrimmage, of course they're going to run slant routes against you and these bubble screens and flash passes.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I'm wondering, you know, do they need to play an occasional bump and run scheme? I mean, it just seems like Howell was just, you know, he was taking his three-step drop and the ball was out.
Yeah, and then they made that adjustment at halftime, and that's why you saw the Commanders only score 7 points in the second half, right? So it's going to be it's a game of checkers, game of chess, whatever you want to call it. We see it all the time, game of adjustments. They're going to have to do that, and I wonder if they kept things off of tape for a reason. And that was my beginning of the show, and I appreciate the call, Greg. The beginning of the show, I pointed out, hey, first 8 weeks, you were imperfect. You went 7-1. That's great. You were the better team in all those games, and so that's why you're 7-1. But these next 6 games, you can't play imperfect football. You got to be as close to perfect as you possibly can, and that means going back to the back pages of the playbook and actually showing stuff that might be creative that you haven't shown on tape at all this season. All right, I am joined by a very, very special guest. I am honored to be joined by President Engler here at Temple University. How you doing, Mr. President?
How are you doing, Andrew?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for having us out here today. I'm a Temple alum. I graduated in 2016, so it's really cool to be back here. It's an honor for me to do a show. I went to school for journalism. I did Temple Radio, WHIP here, right? So, you know, from the beginning, I was always into sports radio. I get into an internship because of my connections through Temple. And, you know, 10 years later, like, here I am hosting a show on Leah Course Walk. This is really cool for me.
Well, let me tell you, this is an honor for us to have you, the Fanatic, here on Temple University's campus. Not only are you a grad, which is great, but your show, I just want to congratulate you for everything you do.
Thank you.
For this region. I mean, you guys are great.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Now, you've been at Temple for more than 45 years, which is awesome, right? Talk about the transformation of Temple through the years, because I can tell you, you know, I graduated in 2016. That means I started here at 12, and it's changed drastically from when I was a freshman. So what's it been like over the last 45 years here at Temple?
The transformation has just been amazing. Let me tell you, when I first came here, Temple was a good, solid, regional university that had mostly commuters.
Yeah.
Now, Temple University is a world-class institution. Our research is amazing. Our rankings are amazing. What we do day in and day out at this university truly has been transformational since I first got here. And I'm so, so proud of what Temple University does for the Commonwealth, for Philadelphia, and for literally the world.
Now, what kind of other projects can we expect? Because I'm looking at Charles Library right in front of me. This is not here. I said it earlier today. It's like Jerry's World, the Cowboys Stadium. Like what? Like, look at this thing. This thing is gorgeous, and it was not even close to being built when I was still here as a student. But like, I saw Morgan Hall go up. I was at the edge. That was my freshman dorm, that old parking garage. And I'm looking across the street watching Morgan Hall get built. I'm like, man, that thing's beautiful. So what other projects do we have on the horizon on campus?
Well, let me tell you first that in my 48 years almost, coming January, I saw the Leah Core Center go.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then it was called Apollo of Temple.
Okay.
And it was a great facility. And Peter Liakoris, then president, had this great vision. You put up the Liakoris Center, and other things will come to Temple University's main campus. And literally, it has been electric over the years of all the buildings that have gone up. And of course, it's Charles Library. It is absolutely gorgeous. But we have so many other great buildings. The Science Building, the Science Education and Research Center, that is an amazing building. And we're about the business of education, research, and community development and community service. So this place has just changed like anything. The next big project is we had Paley Library, which has literally been gutted down to its very structure, and it's going to be the home for our public health college.
I love
Our
that.
public health college is going to make its home there. It's going to be amazing. It's going to open in the fall of 2026. It's a $165 million project, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has helped us with some $75 million, but it will be literally a place that you will want to come and visit, just to come to campus to see that.
Yeah, I
building.
can only imagine. I mean, when I went to Charles Library after it was built, I had a meeting here. This was after I graduated. I'm like, man, what? And it, you know, we talk about it as years go on, everything gets more and more modern, everything gets bigger and bigger. So I can only imagine, you know, that kind of a project in 2026 when it's done, it's gonna be beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Temple University has transformed itself, and it continues to transform itself with a focus on giving great education, great research to people like you.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's been an honor to consider myself a Temple owl and being here on campus today. Now I got to ask you, we're a sports station, right?
Yep,
So let's get
absolutely.
into it a little bit. What's the importance of athletics here at the university? I mean, I know all about the history of Temple hoops. It starts on Monday.
Yep. Well, let me tell you, in my years here, once back around 1996, I was actually acting director of athletics.
Oh, wow,
Believe it or not.
really?
It's the first time my sons really got interested in what I was doing in life. And it was during a basketball season. John Chaney is coach. And I would like to say that as acting athletics director, I helped take John Chaney's team to the NCAA.
That's awesome.
And I did that by staying out of his way. Outstanding coach and an outstanding human being. And what I liked about John Chaney and what I like about our coaches is they care about the entire student. They want to make certain that our students excel in the classroom. They want to make certain that our students grow up to be great citizens. And just if I can give a nod to our student athletes, our coaches, our faculty, and our center that supports our student athletes, our student athletes have a 95% graduation success rate, which means they graduate when they come to Temple University. And what's amazing about that is if you take all of the FBS schools, all 128, we are ranked 9th best in the country. 9th best in terms of our graduation rate. There's also another statistics called the APR, and that measures how much the student athletes every year progress towards graduation. And the perfect score is 1,000. Our student athletes have a 990.
Oh, it's amazing.
990, which means that puts us up in the upper echelon, again, of the FBS schools. And we've been having the 990 for 6 consecutive years.
That's incredible.
One of only 10 institutions in the country that do that. So I want to give a shout out to that. But in addition to our students doing so well in the classroom and just really being stellar, athletics is the window to Temple University. When our teams go out and perform in Texas or Florida or California or wherever, many people first learn about Temple University because of our student athletes and in our sports programs. And that is amazing because when we enroll students, we recruit students, we're recruiting people who have been introduced to the university through athletics.
Right.
And we have great representatives, our coaches, our student athletes, they're great ambassadors. So they're the window to the university, literally. In addition, our students are great ambassadors. Every year, throughout the year, they're doing volunteer work in the community. They're doing all kinds of outreach, ways of representing the university. And we cannot be a great university without great athletics programs. And thank God we have the coaches we do, the faculty we do. They all work together. The advising center, the Resnick Advising Center, everybody works together to really put Temple University continually in literally the view of so many millions of people. And I just want to thank our student athletes for all they do. When I was AD, I got to know so many of them. I see so many kids around the campus, and they are amazing. They are amazing. They have 2 full-time jobs, athletics and education.
Yeah, it's definitely 2 full-time jobs.
And
really
you know it firsthand.
Yeah.
So thank you for being here and calling attention to our great student athletes.
Thank you for having me. That was all beautifully said, President Engler. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll give you the fist pound.
Okay.
Take care of that hand. All right.
Thank you. And again, thank you for everything you do for the community.
No, I mean, listen.
You're amazing. And the fact that you wear the Temple flag.
I got my campus rec staff shirt,
absolutely.
man.
And I always wear my Temple stuff.
Of course.
So the fact that you do that, you're an ambassador for us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Take care.
Listen, good luck with everything. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There he is, President Engler, right here on Temple's campus. It's been a beautiful day broadcasting live from Lee Coors Walk right in the heart of Temple's campus. We'll be right back. We've got 1 hour left. Continue the Eagles conversation, the Sixers as well. Now, speaking of the Sixers, jump into the NBA action with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel when they place a $5 bet on the NBA. That way, you can watch all the action. He's bet on everything from point spreads to player props, and best of all, you can pay your winnings instantly. So don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets plus 3 months of NBA League Pass. Just visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic. Oh, windy. And tip off the NBA season right. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus and present PA. New customer offer. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as knowledgeable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer. $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another day closer to Dallas. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have devastated families in poverty. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday. The 7-1 Birds battle the 5-2 Boys. 4:25 Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. Wednesday's injury report for the Birds listed Jalen Carter as a full participant, Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens as limited. Both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott did not practice. In Eagles news today, A.J. Brown, NFC Offensive Player of the Month, of course, going through a historic stretch right now. 6 straight games, 125-plus receiving yards. That's an NFL record. Cowboys won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. Jeff McLane joined the show earlier to talk all things Eagles. Get you ready for the matchup with the Cowboys. To catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. 76ers get set for the Raptors tonight. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and K.J. Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the Harden deal. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting lineup vacated by P.J. Tucker. Tucker was also dealt alongside James Harden to the Clippers. 76ers game is tonight at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5 to the Sabres last night. Cam Atkinson and Joel Farabee scored for the Flyers. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm right on the home for the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
John Kincaid, Bob Cooney, Pat Egan. Listen for the big storylines in Philly sports that matter to you. The John Kincaid Show. Weekday morning 6 to 10. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $39 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 11/12/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
We interrupt your scheduled ads with an announcement. Wawa has pizza. Forgot your anniversary? Wawa has pizza. Feeding a crowd? Wawa has multiple pizzas. Awake after midnight? Wawa has pizza until 3 a.m. Trying to make a good impression? Wawa has pizza and it's freshly made. Go ahead, tell everyone Wawa has pizza. It's freshly made, tastes great, and you can get it late.
Right now, there's a $0 delivery fee when you order any Wawa pizza at Wawa.com or your favorite delivery app. Your next Wawa run comes with twice the grab-and-go energy whenever you need it. For a limited time, choose 2 Monster Energy drinks or 2 Celsius Energy drinks for $5. Take 2 to fuel the day ahead so you can get energized and stay energized. Whether you decide to get the full boost now or save one for later. That's 2 Monster Energy drinks or 2 Celsius Energy drinks for $5. Gotta have a Wawa.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus, plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Morgan & Morgan is not only America's largest injury law firm, we're also the only injury law firm in the world with lawyers licensed in all 50 states. With dedicated attorneys focused on personal injury, medical malpractice, insurance disputes, car crashes, employee rights, and many others, we have a 30-year track record of getting results for clients just like you. So wherever you are, whatever you need, our firm is ready to take your call. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Ricky Bowe here for Alpha Men's Center. Did you know that most men over age 50 have ED? Over 60%. Don't let that number get you down, because Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate treating ED. Yes, 96%. Right now, your first consultation is only $99, which includes the visit, blood work, and test dose. Schedule yours today at alphamenscenter.com or call 484-685-1235. Get off the sidelines and back in the game with Alpha Men's Center.
Can't sleep with this cold.
Honey.
Honey?
Honey. You need NyQuil Severe Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste.
Feeling better, honey? Honey? I'll take that as a yes.
Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe with honey flavor. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever. Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5, The Fanatic.
It's 12:52, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, broadcasting live from Temple University, right on Lee Course Walk. It is beautiful. Now, Ray, I apologize. That was mean of me. Mike Vito, who went and got his pizza a couple segments ago and didn't offer, he did come through with the General Tso's pizza, and it was delicious. And so I'm sorry that you're not here right now to enjoy it.
It's okay. Like I said, just go in there. If you want to get the Lion's Head, you get the Lion's Head. It would have been a highlight for me. Just
Lion's Head and a Soko shot. But, you know, I got to drive, so I can't do that.
Yeah, maybe just Lion's Head.
But, yeah, maybe. But, yeah, I'll be at the game on Saturday. Now, what's your deal? Yeah, you Mr. TU.
What do you mean, what's my deal?
Are you going to Temple Navy on Saturday?
I'll be there for the doubleheader on Monday.
Ah, that's right. We've got the doubleheader hoops on Monday, which is exciting. Of course, you can get tickets on owlstix.com. It's a doubleheader. It's a buy one, get one free, which I love. Doubleheader starts Monday, November 6th. Lee Coors Center. Women's team takes on Delaware State at 4 o'clock, while the men's team takes on Maryland Eastern Shore at 7:30. 2 games for the price of 1 at owlstix.com. But yeah, Temple taking on Navy this Saturday at 2 o'clock at Lincoln Financial Field. So I'll be there. If you're there, just, give me a shout, and maybe we'll get together. All right, so everything on the table. So we just had President Engler on. Earlier today we had Coach Diane Richardson and we had Coach Fisher for the Temple men's basketball team. So now the rest of the show, it's you and me. All right, you and me at 610-632-0975 to sort of let you know what we got going on today so far. The Eagles are about to kick off their 6-week stretch that we circled when the schedule came out. It's funny, I said that, and then I had Jeff McLane on earlier today. You can check that out again on 97.5thefanatic.com. He said the same thing. He was like, yeah, this was that stretch of games that we circled when the schedule came out. And the Eagles right now are an imperfect 7-1 football team. And they're about to take on the Dallas Cowboys this Sunday, followed by the Chiefs after their bye, which is good. The Eagles have the bye after this weekend. Then they take on the Chiefs Monday, November 20th. Then it's at home against the Bills, at home against the Niners, on the road against Dallas, on the road against Seattle. So the 2 questions I have on the table for that is, A, what's the record when it's all said and done? But B, the one that it's more the talking point. It's what do you need to see out of the Eagles over the next 6 weeks where you're ready to feel comfortable about them getting back to the Super Bowl, because it hasn't been pretty. Now, it hasn't been pretty across the NFL. To be fair, it has not been pretty across the NFL, and the Eagles have the best record. They're 7-1. Those other teams that haven't been pretty, they are 6-2 or 5-3, and they're actually in a worse spot than the Eagles. So I can't complain too much that things haven't been pretty. There have been a lot of great things for the Eagles as well. But we had the poll up and running on 97.5 The Fanatic. Do you have that up in front of you, Ray? Let me know when you do.
I do.
Because I kind of put that on you on the spot. All right, what's the poll that we have running on the station's account right now?
What do you need to see out of the Eagles over the next 6 weeks to make you feel confident in them? Right now, your options: offensive creativity, red zone offense improves, defensive consistency, and cut down on turnovers.
And defensive consistency was the answer that I gave at the beginning of the show, because it's great when Hassan Reddick comes off the edge in the fourth quarter and ends the game against the Commanders. I don't want it to be, I don't want them to have 31 points. Right? I don't want it to be 38-31. I don't want it to be 34-31 when they have to win in overtime. I want a full 4 quarters, and I know you're not going to do that every single drive. Like, you're not going to shut out teams. You're not the 85 Bears. But, give the Eagles offense some better field position. Earlier in the year, we complained about the flip side. It was the Eagles were putting the Eagles defense, the offense putting the defense in terrible situations. And when the defense would give up points, people would complain about the amount of points the teams were scoring. Well, they were starting on opposing offenses were starting in Eagles territory or right near midfield. So now it's the opposite. Now I need the Eagles defense to start giving the Eagles offense better field position all game and not just late in the fourth quarter, even though I know that's important, getting those stops in the fourth quarter. But give me a consistent defensive performance from start to finish. So that was my answer. But where are we at with the poll? Like, what's the votes looking like, Ray?
All right. Offensive creativity at 9%. Red zone offense improves at 27%. And then tied for the lead right now, defensive consistency and cut down on turnovers at 32% apiece.
Yeah, the turnovers, especially because of after last week, right? You had 2 turnovers within the 5-yard line. You absolutely can't do that. I'm surprised offensive creativity got, just 9%?
It's tough over. I mean, again, you're following 2 weeks of 30-plus points. I think people, and especially what you could think could go up to 50 points, I could see why people would be kind of in favor of what you've seen offensively. Cut down turnovers was the vote that I placed on this one.
I go back to that Jets game where Tony Adams, the safety, knew exactly where the ball was going, right? And then last week against the Commanders, it was the same plays over and over and over again. Not necessarily taking a shot at Brian Johnson because, like you said, the Eagles scored 38 points last week. But I don't know if teams like the Cowboys and the Bills and the Chiefs, if you can do the same thing over and over again and put up as many points as you did last time against the Commanders. I just don't think that's the case. I think you're going to have to be a little bit more creative. But that's okay. The other 3 options, that might not be the most pressing thing right now. The cut down on turnovers is a big deal, though. You can't turn the football over and give Patrick Mahomes more chances to score touchdowns. You can't let Josh Allen have more chances to score touchdowns, even though they haven't been pretty this year. You got to be careful with the football. And I expect Jalen Hurts. The best thing is, Ray, the best thing is I believe in the quarterback to be smart with the football.
Yeah, and it's something that I think, again, this last week, like you look at the turnovers and the flukiness maybe of the tush push and a little bit obviously what we've got in with Gainwell, but you need Hurts overall. He's already going to match the career high in turnovers and some of the decisions he's made. Now, you could say in the past maybe some of those passes weren't intercepted. Now they're being intercepted. You just need him to ultimately not make the game-changing, the game-breaking interception, which is the reputation the quarterback on the other side this week has kind of garnered over the last couple of seasons, where he's been kind of the losing factor for this team a couple of times in terms of the Cowboys and Dak Prescott. I think you're looking at not having Hurts be that for you and not play with some of the reckless decision-making, and really the one goes into the Adams decision-making there at the end.
So that's the Eagles front. It's what you think the Eagles are going to do over the next 6 weeks in terms of the record, but also what you need to see out of the next 6 weeks, the Eagles on the field. And it could be anything. It could be a specific player. Like one of our first callers of the day talked about the secondary. Just because we have a poll with 4 options doesn't mean that's all the answers that there are. Somebody said earlier that the secondary needs to play better, and yeah, coming off of that game against the Commanders, you need to see a better secondary. You need to see better safety play. I'm hoping with Byard back there, it helps Reed Blankenship, who I've always kind of thought was a little bit of a weak link. So it's good to have Byard there with him. But, Byard needs to get more comfortable with the system. Darius Slane, James Bradbury obviously have to play better because they did not play well at all last week. But I don't like that there is all of a sudden the narrative of those two guys are old and aren't as good, because nobody was saying that the first 6 weeks of the season when they were playing very well. So this past week wasn't great for them, and hopefully that changes. And so that's what we're talking about, the Eagles. But when it comes to the Sixers, something else that we opened up as we got to the midway point of the show, because there was another report. Mike Scotto, who covers the NBA for USA Today, he also does Hoops Hype. He does all kinds of stuff. He reported that Donovan Mitchell and Bojan Bogdanovic are two guys to keep an eye on. He also mentioned Zach LaVine and OG Anunoby, which has been two names that have been popping up before, including Chris Mannix, who we had on earlier this week. A little quote from his story today, Ray. The 76ers are preparing for Tyrese Maxey to be a max player in the summer of 2024 in free agency. He's told some think he could maybe be an all-NBA player one day. He thinks the days of him being an off-ball guy like he was with Harden are done. And that's great and all, and we're kind of expecting him to get that max contract after this season. Like, I was not panicking. When they didn't pay him this past offseason, I don't know why there was all of a sudden a panic. Like, look, he's going to get his. Like, don't you worry. He's going to get his. They were never going to pay James Harden that 4-year, $200 million contract. So Maxey was always going to get the max slot. Now, the question is I'm told he's not, or he thinks the days of being an off-ball guy are behind him. Well, he's not going to be on ball at all times, especially if you bring in a guy like Donovan Mitchell. That's somebody that you're going to have to split the load with. And maybe even Zach LaVine at times, because LaVine can have the ball in his hands and can run point at times. But all I know is I'm excited with the idea that all these guys are available. The names are being out there. Rumors are rumors, but it's coming from somewhere, whether it's a player or an executive or a GM. Like, it's coming from somewhere. And the fact that the Sixers are in on all these guys because they have the assets to do it with all those draft picks that they got. Now, the big thing, and this was something that we got into, and I know we kind of trailed off a little bit, is keeping Joel Embiid happy. Can you please play the clip one more time, Ray? This was Brian Windhorst on ESPN earlier this week talking about what the Sixers can do moving forward now that they made the trade to move on from James Harden. But one of the big things that I want you to pay attention to is what he says about Joel Embiid.
Feels, Brian, incomplete to me until we see where those picks end up. And that seems to be what Joel Embiid is feeling.
Yeah, I think the mandate is the same. Even if James Harden was happily on the 76ers and had signed a beautiful extension this offseason, they were under the same amount of pressure after a couple of seasons where they underachieved. And the comments that Joel Embiid made over the offseason, they were under pressure to get deeper into the playoffs this year, to make a run at winning the Eastern Conference. That's one of the reasons why they changed the head coach, regardless of what was going to happen with James Harden. And that is a reality when you have a star player of this level. When you have an in their prime MVP, his contract is irrelevant. It's what his happiness level is. So it is the mandate of Daryl Morey and Elton Brand and that organization to keep Joel Embiid engaged and believing the team can compete for a championship. And so that is the mission. And now they have a little bit more chips in the game to be able to do that. And based on what I understand, I think Joel Embiid is in a good place. I think he's off to a good start this season. He's had a couple of really good games in a row. The team is off to a good start. A lot of the players are feeling good about themselves. And now they don't have have to worry about James Harden showing up or not. I think in the short term here, I think you'll see the Sixers play some pretty good basketball even before they make another potential trade to add to their roster.
And I think it's very important when he talks about Joel Embiid, right? He said, like, contract aside, it's all about whether or not he's happy. And there's all these rumors, right, with the whole New York Knicks and could he be there? And remember during the offseason, they asked, you know, he was doing like a little seminar and somebody asked him, what's next for Joel Embiid? And he said winning a championship, whether it's with the Sixers or anywhere else. That's what the guy wants to do. Like, you know, I hope it's here. I've said it on these airways before. I don't think Joel Embiid ends his career with the Sixers. I don't think he's a lifelong 76er. But there is a way to keep him around, and that's if you're winning, because he is talented enough, and he's dealt with so much crap. You go through the timeline, right? Just everything with Brian Colangelo. Ben Simmons, like, not wanting to play and all of a sudden trying to blow everything up. James Harden now and sitting out. And that's just the star players and the big names, you know, the big executive and Brian Colangelo. There's all the little things. We did the topic the other day where I asked about the random thing from the process era that you remember that a lot of people forget. Like, think about all the stuff that man has dealt with. And now all of a sudden he's dealing with Sixers fans because after the Sixers lost to the Celtics, rightfully so, he was criticized. He should have been. But people got to the point where they're saying, blow it up, trade him. I want to start over. I want to do another process, keep Maxey and get rid of everybody else. You're not going to win with just Tyrese Maxey and then build. And what are you going to do? So you're going to sign into a max contract and hope 3-4 years from now you have a good team? I don't want to punt 3-4 years of my life like I had to the last time with the process. And I was pro-process, right? But I was pro-process to get Joel Embiid. And you got him. So why are we all of a sudden quick to get rid of him? And so when the Sixers lost to the Celtics, all of a sudden, people were done with him. And then when those comments came out during the offseason, win a championship here or somewhere else, people were done with him. It is important to keep this man happy. Like, I don't care what you think about him and how he comes up small in the playoffs and, he's always hurt. He is your best player and is one of the best players in the NBA. And I'm telling you, the day they trade him, because that's what a lot of people want, and what he goes to, I see pictures all the time of him going to the Warriors. You want him playing with Steph? Seriously, he's going to win a title in a second. And then what do we get? A package of players and some picks again? No. Like, that's not what is going to win you a championship down the road. What's going to win you a championship down the road is having Joel Embiid happy and playing at a high level like he does pretty much every single season, but also keeping him with talent around him so that when you get to the playoffs, it's not James Harden dribbling out the clock to 1 second left on the shot clock and then dishing it last second or taking up a bad three. You brought in the right coach. It looks like bringing in Nick Nurse was probably the best thing for the Sixers because there's now an actual offensive scheme. I still remember 2 years ago when the Sixers lost to the Heat, they were asked, like, what was the game plan? And people were saying, I don't know, because Doc Rivers didn't have one. Doc Rivers basically rolled the basketball out on the court and said, go play. Nick Nurse isn't like that. And maybe that's the best thing for Joel Embiid, but also the best thing is to acquire another talented piece around him. So when I see that report that Donovan Mitchell is out there, Bojan Bogdanovic is out there, we've already heard about Levine and Anunoby, like that's great. To me, that makes me excited for Sixers basketball, which I know took a hit after another second-round loss, especially when they were up 3-2. But, man, Ray, they make that one move, they're back to championship contention.
Yeah, the exciting part is being the one move away. The terrifying part is also the one move away because, I mentioned this earlier in the week, just being guarded in the way you feel about things. Oh, promise of cap space, the promise of the potential of what to do with these assets. Well, now it's about going and spending them, and we've seen they've had plenty of assets in the past, and the way they've used them has been interesting. But it's nice to be on the other side of the reports. When they're talking about, Philadelphia is monitoring a situation elsewhere, because it felt like for the last year we've been sitting here listening to everyone monitoring Philadelphia's situation and been, look, we're looking at what the 76ers may do. We're looking at what's going on there.
Yeah, it was like the first domino pretty much.
Right. We were the domino everyone was waiting to fall. And now it's that domino has fallen and it hasn't totally taken the organization with it, which is a really encouraging thing. And it is exciting just to have kind of the black cloud lifted. And, the way we felt about the Sixers coming into the season, I've said it was murky for me just because I couldn't get past, you still have Harden here, and I was grateful that he didn't end up taking the floor with them because this let them, you didn't waste 10 games trying to get Harden trade value and trying to get him moved and get them outside of the game that they're trying to play right now. If they think Maxey is on the ball for them, Maxey needs to be on the ball as much as possible. And we need to see him in that role, and we need to see what we have in Tyrese Maxey and taking that next step.
And that's why I don't think the Sixers are heartbroken that James Harden didn't want to come back.
Right, and also I'm not heartbroken that I never saw him play in a Sixers uniform again. Like as much as I know there was the idea of him coming back, performing. Hey, maybe he likes what's going on and maybe he sticks around. I was cool with the guy that said he wanted to be out and leave him be and let us see what they have and what they have in Tyrese Maxey. And the jury's still out on that one. What he'll look like. I know it's he's player of the week and he had a great start and we're all really excited for what he could be. There's still obviously just things that you want to see from his game, and you want to see this over a large sample size. And we talk about these other guys bringing in. If they think he's the on-ball guy, that's a big step for, hey, who can pair with him? And I think that we don't know that yet, that he's going to make that leap, but you've certainly encouraged by what you've seen in the early returns of both what Nick Nurse has brought to them and what clearly Tyrese Maxey was working on in the offseason.
So the questions for you, for the final segment of the show that we got coming up, right? So that nice beefy segment to close out the show. Final 6 weeks, or next 6 weeks of the Eagles against these opponents, right? The opponents that we circled when the schedule first came out. That includes the Cowboys twice, the Chiefs, the Niners. We got the Seahawks. We got the Bills. What is it that you need to see out of the Eagles team? And again, I know it hasn't been pretty across the NFL. I don't care about the NFL. I care about the Eagles in this conversation. What is it that you need to see from the Eagles over the next 6 weeks that makes you feel good about their chances of getting back to the Super Bowl and to, break through that yearly, the team that loses the Super Bowl, they don't get back? Well, I want them to break through that. I want them to break the streak of 18 straight years where an NFC champion, the winner of the NFC East, has not gone back-to-back. I think they break through that this year. But what is it that you need to see over the next 6 weeks? And when it comes to the Sixers, do you care about keeping Joel Embiid happy? Because I say you should. And if you don't, I think you're foolish because I think they don't win anything without Joel Embiid. So, yeah, obviously you have Tyrese Maxey. We're all excited about that. But you need that third piece, and they have the assets to do it. 610-632-0975. So we'll do your calls to close out the show. But also, I have some random stuff to get to because, we've been busy, right? We had a lot of the Eagles talk. We had a lot of the Sixers talk. Had some great guests here. I'm broadcasting live from Temple's campus right here on Leocorus Walk. I've had some great guests as the show's going on. So some of the stuff that we had on the side that we had yet to get to, we'll run through it to close out the show. And it includes baseball and loans, which is just a crazy story. Trades in the NFL that doesn't include players, and a major violation from ESPN last night that I need to bring up. Because it's just one of these, really? You had to do that? We'll get to those all coming up next right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Now, let me tell you about roofing. The winter weather's coming, right? So you need to make sure that roof's good because, you don't want to have cracks in the roof. You don't want to have any areas where there's cold wind coming. Like this morning was freezing. I had to put the defrost on the car. So you don't want to have to, defrost your house. Call New Look Home Design, all right, because they are incredible at what they do. I'll start with what they do before I even get to the great deals because sometimes when I go deals first, you're wondering, there's no way this company's good if they're giving you all these great deals. They are a GAF Master Elite contractor. This status is only offered to less than 2% of roofing contractors in North America. That means they absolutely do an incredible job with their roofing work, with their siding roof. But they also are great in terms of working with you, the customer. And then, of course, there's the deals. If you call right now, you'll get 50% off all materials. That's 50% off roofing, 50% off siding. And if you get a full roofing or siding replacement, you're also going to get free gutters. I mean, that's another costly expense, but you're getting free gutters with your replacement, full replacement of a roof or siding. You're also going to get 0% interest-free financing for 5 years. You try to buy a car right now, you try to buy a house right now, good luck with that interest rate. 0% interest-free financing for 5 years, and also an extra 5% off to senior citizens, teachers, military, and first responders. I absolutely love that they do that for you. And they also do things to make your life easier, like free roofing inspections. They work with all insurance companies. You've gone probably to the doctors before, or you've probably done something with your car, and, we don't take that kind of insurance. Well, they work with all insurance companies to complete a comprehensive roof inspection to help get homeowners a new roof for just the cost of their deductible. If you call 1-800-279-5300 right now and you mention my name, Andrew, and you schedule a free consultation, they're going to come to your house and pay you. They're going to give you a $100 restaurant.com gift card just for you inviting them into their home. 1-800-279-5300 or visit them online at newlookhomedesign.com. That's newlookhomedesign.com.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Dallas Week continues. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Lowe's. Shop Black Friday every day. Get the best new deals all month long only at Lowe's because Lowe's knows deals. The Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday, 7-1 Birds, about the 5-2 Cowboys, 4:25 Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. Wednesday's injury report for the Birds listed Jalen Carter as a full participant, Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens as limited. Both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott did not practice. A.J. Brown named NFC Offensive Player of the Month earlier today. Of course, Brown in this historic stretch where he has had 125-plus receiving yards in 6 straight games. That's an NFL record. Jeff McLane joined the show earlier to talk all things Eagles, get you ready for the matchup with the Cowboys, and go over some of the injury concerns. Then you catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. 76ers get set for the Raptors tonight. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and KJ Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the Harden deal. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting lineup vacated by PJ Tucker, who, of course, was in that deal with Harden going to Los Angeles to the Clippers. 76ers game is tonight at 7 o'clock. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 to the Sabres last night. Carter Hart only played 10 minutes, left the game due to an injury. Cam Atkinson and Joel Farabee scored for the Flyers. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn, the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Philadelphia 76ers play here. Every game, home and away. Tom McGinnis will have the play-by-play tonight. This is the exclusive home for Sixers basketball. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Hey, small business owner. Are you ready to have the best year ever in 2024? When's the last time you checked your workers' comp rate? For many small businesses, workers' comp insurance is one of their biggest costs. But Pi Insurance could save you up to 30% in just 3 minutes. Go to trypi.com, share a few details about your business, and get a quote that's customized for your business. No hassles or hidden fees. We know you're busy, but spending just a few minutes to check your rate could make this your best year ever. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified. See how much you could save with Pi Insurance. Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote at trypi.com. That's trypie.com.
The holidays are here, and if you're making a list and checking it twice, let the Preferred Pros make that list shorter by checking off your home improvement projects. Whether you need experts to help keep your home cozy warm, remove the junk and clutter, or help to keep your holiday gifts safe, we have just the pros for you.
Purchasing a new cooling and heating system has never been easier. Horizon Services Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing will develop a custom solution installed the next day with no hassle financing.
Protect and increase the value of your home with Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0% interest for 60 months. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Great Railing offers the highest quality vinyl decking, fencing, and railing at discount prices on the Black Horse Pike in Williamstown or online at DallasSucks.com.
Check out Preferred Pros today. This paid program is sponsored by businesses highly rated by actual customers. For more details on Preferred Pros, visit 975thefanatic.com.
This is David Keller from David Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram. And you know I love Philly sports, but when I'm not at a game, I take care of my clients. Sometimes, it seems harder than ever to buy a car right now. And then when you do, you go into service, and it's awful, right? Well, I can fix all that. I mean, forget about the old way you bought a car. I'll get you the car you need, the terms you need, and then I'll take care of you right up until you buy your next car. Because I love my clients, and I love our Philly sports teams. And that's why I've always been your dealer. You just didn't know it.
Can't sleep with this cold.
Honey.
Honey?
Honey. You need NyQuil Severe Honey.
NyQuil Severe Honey gives you powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste.
Feeling better, honey? Honey? I'll take that as a yes.
Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe with honey flavor. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever. Honeylicious, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
With Black Friday savings all month long at the Home Depot, you get all the jingle bells and whistles you could wish for with LG appliances. With America's most reliable line of appliances per independent consumer study, you can take holiday doing to holiday done and always be ready to handle last-minute holiday guests. Save up to $900 on select laundry sets with Black Friday savings, including top brands like LG. At the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Oh, oh, oh.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a click away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts, tools, accessories, and supplies quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store, or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The glory and the greatness are only a few days away. The 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Santa Anita is finally here. The ultimate racing showdown that every owner, trainer, and jockey around the globe has in their sights. With $31 million in purses and awards, there's a lot at stake. But only the best will claim the coveted title of World Champion. Coverage begins Friday, November 3rd on USA and continues Saturday, November 4th on USA and NBC. Visit BreedersCup.com to learn more.
Tune in to the Meineke postgame show as they break down the Birds' performance. Sponsored by Harris Philadelphia Casino and Racetrack, where Philly comes out to play.
The Hess truck's back and is better than ever to the rescue this year. The Hess truck's here.
It's the Hess Police Truck and Cruiser with sirens, lights, wheelie action, and battering ram. Free shipping and batteries included. Only at HessToyTruck.com.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo, and I want to tell you, construction sites are notoriously dangerous. It's not just the frequency of accidents that happen, it's the severity of the injuries that result. Whether the accident is caused by poorly maintained equipment, ignored safety regulations, faulty materials, weak scaffolding, or exposed electrical hazards, the employer is often negligent and at fault. But they'll try and blame the employee in order to escape potential liability. That's why, as soon as you experience an accident, you need to call 1-800-JUSTICE and get a free consultation from the personal injury experts at Swartz Culleton. You may be eligible for more than just workers' compensation. If there's a third-party liability from property owners, equipment manufacturers, or other contractors on site, they'll find it. And they'll make sure you are properly reimbursed for recovery, rehabilitation, loss of income, plus non-financial aspects like pain, suffering, and emotional distress. Need to know more? Visit SwartzCulleton.com or call 1-800-JUSTICE. In this David versus Goliath battle, they're the ones carrying a big slingshot.
In a world of division, we bring people together. 97.5, The Fanatic.
It's 1:20, 97.5 The Fanatic. I'm Andrew Salchunas, broadcasting live from TU, Temple University, right here at Lee Course Walk, right outside of Maxie's. Also on the corner of 7-Eleven. I'm sure you made a few stops at this 7-Eleven as well, Ray.
Oh, most certainly.
Yes, for many reasons. So, it's been really fun broadcasting here today. I want to thank everybody at Temple. Scott, thank you so much for having us out here. It's been a lot of fun. You stare off into space and you start thinking about memories because you spent 4 years of your life here, and now all of a sudden, boom! I fast forward. 9 years later, because it was 2014 when I started the station. 9 years later, I'm back here doing a show. So it's been really cool for me doing this show today, and it's just great timing. So I'm going to the Temple game this weekend, Saturday when they take on Navy. So it's been truly a special day for me today. And the funny thing is, Scott Walkoff, who's here, he called me the other day. He goes, I'll figure out a spot for you to park. I was like, don't worry, I got this. 10th and Berks, baby. I know where I'm at. I know where to park. I was a commuter my final semester here at Temple because I wanted to save some dough. So I know exactly where to go. I know the way to land here at Temple. So it's been a lot of fun. All right, so a bunch of random stuff. Eagles and Sixers still on the table at 610-632-0975. The question with the Eagles is, what do you need to see over these next 6 games where it's that gauntlet of the schedule that we've been talking about, where you play the Cowboys twice, play the Seahawks at the end of it, and then sandwiched in between the Cowboys and the Seahawks is the Chiefs and Bills and 49ers games that we have been paying attention to since before the season even started. So what do you need to see out of the team over the next 6 weeks to make you feel good about them being Super Bowl contenders again? And also the Sixers. My question is, do you care about Joel Embiid being happy? Because I say yes, and I say you're crazy if you don't. Brian Windhorst said on ESPN the other day that, all that matters is if Joel Embiid's happy. And you should care about him being happy, because if he's happy, that means he's here. And if he's here, that means you still have a chance every single year to do something in the playoffs as long as you have the right pieces around you. The only problem is they haven't found that piece yet. So hopefully they do that with this next move. There was a report earlier today that the Sixers could be in on Donovan Mitchell or Bojan Bogdanovic. We've already heard about Levine and OG Anunoby. So You want to talk about the Sixers and keeping Joel Embiid happy and what they should do to keep him happy, feel free at 610-632-0975. But a bunch of random stuff that we haven't gotten to. It's like, I remember our old friend Devon Givens. He used to do the leftover segment, right? The stuff that he didn't get to. So that's kind of what I'm doing at this point to close out the show. I'll start off with this, Ray. I guess on an unhappy note, because the fact that they're out already. I have the odds for the Phillies in the World Series next year.
I'm not ready for that.
Does that excite you?
No, I'll be honest. I'm not ready for it. I did not. I know I've said that I managed to get into one of the World Series games. I did not watch last night. Couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch either. I didn't watch a single game. I watched like 3 or 4 pitches when I was out and about, and it was on TV, and then I like puked every time I saw it. But your top 5 World Series odds on our FanDuel Sportsbook app, Ray, would you like to guess who comes in at number 5? Phillies, correct. You don't have to give me the odds. They're at plus 1,000. Coming in at number 4, an American League squad that was in the playoffs.
Ooh, American League squad that was in the playoffs. They're not going to bounce. They're not going to bet on the. Is it just the Rangers? They get the World Series bump.
Well, actually, they're tied with the Houston Astros. They're both at plus 800. And then the top 2 teams are National League teams, and I'm sure you can guess them both. Now, who do you think gets the upper hand in terms of the odds?
Oh, the Braves got to break through one of these years, right?
Yep, Braves number 1, Dodgers number 2. So the Braves plus 600 to win the World Series. Phillies 5th best odds at plus 1,000. Right behind them is the Rays at 1,300 and the Blue Jays and Yankees at 1,600. The Yankees, like, come on, dude.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yankees Giancarlo Stanton going to be able to run again? Like, the guy can't move, so chill out with that. But yeah, those odds came out obviously now that the World Series is over, in which the Phillies did not play in. So that was, obviously kind of disappointing. But all the other random stuff. So let's start with, speaking of baseball, crazy story out of San Diego yesterday. It was reported that the Padres had to take out a $50 million loan to afford paying their players. Now, it's sad, right? Because as much as I enjoyed watching the Phillies beat up the Padres, and as much as I enjoyed watching them fall apart this year, the way that they did, where they almost made the miraculous run into making the playoffs, but they never made it there, and they have all that star talent. And of course, we all remember those 4 dads that did the "That's What's In" song. Like we all know all about that. So I enjoy the fact that they failed ever since that song came out. But what's sad is these guys, the Padres, are a small market team. And I celebrated the fact that a small market team finally paid money to try to win something, right? How many times have we complained about the Marlins? The Marlins get all these great prospects, and they come up through the system, and they're legit MLB players. And then when it comes time to paying them, they ship them off for more prospects. And look, it got them 2 World Series, 97 and 03. But they're never going to pay top talent. You never see the Rays pay top talent. Their highest paid free agent in the history of the Tampa Bay Rays was Zach Eflin last offseason, right? Like, they don't pay market players. They don't. Teams like the Yankees do. The Red Sox do. We know the Phillies do. The Padres finally do it. A small market team finally does it. And we find out they had to take out a $50 million loan. Like, what? That's crazy, right?
Yeah, it's sad in the sense that it might scare other teams off from doing what they did. Like
absolutely.
It's incredibly disappointing in the fact that you were excited to see a team spend. It's nice because, like you said, so many of them will, they're already having the conversation down in Baltimore. They win 100 games, and it's like, oh, how much are they actually going to try and keep this core intact? And it's a fun, exciting young core that, hopefully they're able to keep intact. They're, able to compete, because you'd like when baseball has these teams that come up together and compete with one another. And this one, was kind of bought together. But, oh my, like it's incredible to watch the fact that all the promise they had, and it doesn't come through on the field, and you're okay, well, they could make some tweaks. Let's see what happens with them. But now it's a question of what off the field is going to limit them, and how are parts going to be dispersed? Is it going to be a sell-off? Or, I think when this story comes out yesterday, immediately everyone's starting to place phone calls around people in the know there of, will someone come available? Is there someone that can't be paid?
That leads us to the next thing. So the Juan Soto thing. Remember during the season, and the Padres weren't out of it yet. It was at the trade deadline. The Padres were, I think, 6 games out of that final wild card spot. But everyone was kind of holding on to maybe the Padres catch fire. They have all that talent. There's no way they can be kept down like this all season long, so they're probably not going to be sellers at the deadline. If anything, they will be buyers. But then there was the random report from John Heyman about Juan Soto. And I remember when the tweet came out, I think I was actually on the air. It might have been when Ant was in Italy, and I texted you and Jamie, and I was like, wait a minute. Do we have Juan Soto talk tomorrow? Like, is this what we're going to do? And then you start reading the story, and it was not for the trade deadline, but for free agency when he's a free agent after this season. So he's got 1 year left in San Diego before he becomes a free agent. And so you're like, when John Heyman, who was all over the Bryce Harper front, right? When John Heyman's putting out a tweet about Juan Soto 2 years from now going to the Phillies, clearly he knows something. He didn't say also the Yankees, also the Red Sox. No, he went straight up Phillies will be in on Juan Soto in 2 years. And it was a random story out of nowhere. So it makes you think, okay, maybe this is a possibility. If you're John Middleton, if you're Dave Dombrowski, I hope you already made the phone call, because Juan Soto here would be ridiculous, right? You have that other lefty Pop. He is a guy that would be great for Phillies fans. I think we would love that guy. He would be a superstar in this city, and he's still so young. And I remembered having the conversation of I would make the trade. I wanted to trade Andrew Painter. I wanted to trade everybody, right? Because proven versus unknown. And people would call in, oh, well, he's having a down season. His down season was still hitting 280 and on base of 400, still had 20-plus bombs at the trade deadline. Like, that was his down season. He's a superstar. And if I'm Dave Dombrowski, Ray, I would have made the phone call yesterday.
Easily. I think if it's getting out right now, you'd think if the whispers were made around, I would probably have been trying to on the phone as soon as anyone passed that information along to me, because that's the ultimate goal of having someone that young, that talented, that can bring that much to your team. I'm all in on those sweepstakes, and I was all in with you back when that first came out. And it's weird. It was odd then. It now makes a little bit more sense, even if that wasn't necessarily the reasoning then. It's certainly the reasoning now of why they would consider it. And they have to take a good, long, hard look in the mirror of probably like the next 2 weeks. Like, they don't have a ton of time to decide what the direction of this is, given the financial instability, because they're going to have to make offseason decisions that take a team that fell short of its ultimate goals and fell short of it by a lot, substantially, not even making the postseason, and whether or not it's worth continuing to trudge ahead at this. Like, you could see the movement on this move quicker than I think you would anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, look, winter meetings will happen, and maybe it does go pretty quick. Like, I can't wait for winter meetings now, because at some point you're going to start hearing Juan Soto rumors. The fact that they had to take out a $50 million loan to pay players, which is sad. It's sad that a small market team that finally tried has to take out a loan to try to pay its players. Like, that sucks. But if it means well for the Phillies, like, I'm all on board, man. Make the trade, give them some prospects, and give them cash to fill up their pockets. I don't care what it is. Cash considerations is always a part of the trade. Make that happen. Get Juan Soto here to Philadelphia, and we're back. Right, because here's the deal. The Phillies are getting close to reaching Sixers territory right now. They're getting close to reaching the Sixers territory of, oh, my God, really? Just wake us up when you finally get there. Now, unfortunately, they got to the World Series last year and lost, but this year, falling short in the NLCS, being up 2-0, being up 3-2, there is a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths right now when it comes to the Philadelphia Phillies. And even though I do think you're still going to have sellouts next year and the fans will be there, but it's going to be more business feel. Like, it's not going to be dancing on my own and having all the fun. Like the Garrett Stubbs show is going to be gone after this season because nobody cares anymore. People just want to see a damn World Series at this point. And so if Juan Soto's available, you make that phone call immediately. And then you get to have fun with the, oh, man, what's the lineup, right? Is it still Schwarber as your leadoff hitter, or is now Juan Soto your leadoff hitter? Could you imagine having Schwarber and Soto and Harper in the same lineup? And then you start wondering, all right, how do you make this happen? Well, you have to entice them. So you're going to have to give up some prospects. And then you start thinking, all right, we have a clogged outfield. And, Ray, you made the point not too long ago, basically the day after the season ended, maybe one of those big-name guys that we have on this team right now of Schwarber and Castellanos, maybe one of those two are gone after this, during the offseason.
I mean, it's something you have to consider when you think about the logjam in the outfield. And, again, it all comes back to what Bryce Harper wants to do. Like, so much of this will come back to whatever conversation they have, whatever he wants to do. And, I say it all the time. To me, he's the one that guides pretty much everything that happens. I don't think that's anything unique, anything someone hasn't said before, but it's really the truth to me that what Harper wants is what Harper's going to get here. And if he wants to be the first baseman, then that changes the way you go about the outfield. If he thinks that they could do something at first base, whether that's bringing back Reese or they could do something else there that doesn't benefit them in the short term, and he wants to go back to the outfield, then that's the decision they make. And if he goes back to the outfield, then I really do think you end up having one of those guys in the outfield. They end up trying. And I'm, again, counting Schwarber as an outfielder in this, even though quite clearly the plan should be to have him, DHing and filling one of those corner outfield spots with someone that can be out there and actually, contribute out there as a defender. But I come back to the question of what you were saying about the Sixers with this team. And I've thought about this a lot over the last week or so since we've had the conversation. Because first day, you're in the feelings, you're hurt by it, you're obviously, just crushed by what they did to you. I don't know if we're going to be at Sixers territory. And the reason I come back to this now, and I've had circled back on this thought, is what we're talking about right now feels different than the Sixers conversation, just because the Sixers still enticed people every time there was a change, every time there was something different. And I think the change and what's different about this team come next year might still reinvigorate you, even if we're not doing the whole, wow, we're just awestruck by this team making the run. Now we expect it. Now we have expectations of a World Series.
Yeah, and the window's open, right? The window hasn't shut. The Sixers window has been teetering the last couple of years, whereas the Phillies window is still wide open and will be open as long as Bryce Harper is here, and I don't see him leaving anytime soon. But, to really get buzz, if you trotted out the exact same team, and I don't mean trotted out in a bad way, if you sent out the same team that just made this run with the Phillies, you're still a World Series contender. You are. But, man, if you had Juan Soto, here's the deal. It's November 2nd. It's 2 days or 3 days before Eagles-Cowboys. The Sixers made the big move against James Harden. I was not expecting to talk Phillies baseball at all until maybe a winter meeting. But when that news comes out yesterday, where the Padres have to take out a loan to pay players, and then all of a sudden, like you said, the Juan Soto, the photoshops of him wearing a Phillies jersey come out, that excites me, man. I can't ignore that.
Oh, yeah, easily. That gets you excited just because the thought of that type of talent, and it's a type of talent they've brought in now over the last couple of years, but amplified. Juan Soto, at his worst, is a top 10 hitter in baseball. At his best, he is, in the top 3, if not the best, when it comes to just pure hitting. He is that good. The idea of him being on the market and him being available and him wanting to be here and him having connections, I think back to him and Kevin Long at the World Series supporting, I think it was Turner and Scherzer they were supporting that year with the Dodgers. The idea of having them there and having so many connections that would make Soto interested in being here, you can't help but get yourself a little excited.
No, absolutely not. By the way, my favorite Kincaid's here, and it's not John.
Aw.
The number to climb it is 610-632-0975. All right, other stuff that we missed as the show is going on, because we've been very busy here today. So Mike Florio put out a report yesterday with our former employee here at the station and Temple alum Zach Gelb. So, Temple Owls are everywhere, right? So Mike Florio was on with Zach Gelb, and they were talking about all things football. And, Ray, you've been talking about Bill Belichick not being the coach of the Patriots after this season for quite some time now. And all of a sudden, Florio has a report yesterday that he might not be the coach of the Patriots next year, and that maybe our buddy Josh Harris, owner of the Sixers, now also owner of the Commanders, might trade for Bill Belichick to be the head coach of the Commanders.
How does it feel to be Ron Rivera right now?
Well, yeah, look, dude, Ron's on his way out. They're when new ownership comes in and there's a coach who, has come up small because they've had actually talent. The Commanders have been a talented team the last couple of years. They've just been awful. I mean, not having a quarterback is kind of a big deal. But they had all that talent on defense. We talk about their weapons all the time in McLaurin and Dotson. We always talk about how there is talent there. They just don't win football games. So Ron's on his way out anyway. But if you're Josh Harris, and you're trying to make the Commanders relevant again. The only reason why they've been relevant over the last couple of years is because they've changed their name a couple of times, right? That's the only reason why they've been relevant, and the fact that everybody talks about how terrible their stadium is. So he's going to try to build a new stadium. He's going to try to bring the Commanders back to life, back to the historic ways of the 80s for Washington. Why not make this trade for Bill Belichick? I mean, it doesn't really hurt you.
Well, how much are you giving up? Like, I don't know. We want to talk about, like, coaches that might be on their way out. Like, it's not been a banner a couple of years for Bill Belichick either. Like,
well, what was the Gruden deal? Wasn't it just a first-round pick and, like, some other stuff, but nothing? I don't think it was a crazy haul, was it?
Well, the idea here is, do you think that it's more valuable to trade a draft pick for a coach who we all will have questions about how long he will end up being a coach there because, it's just that stage of his life, when you could use that pick to go get an actual quarterback? Like,
well, yeah.
That's been the big thing for them. And, obviously they've shed a little bit of talent now post-deadline where they're not necessarily going to be as dynamic up front, and they obviously were not going to keep those guys around because they want to get the value for them. But I don't know, loading up to go trade for Bill Belichick, I respect everything, that he's accomplished, all those wonderful things, but is that your way to relevancy? Is that your way to finding yourself as, amongst those teams? I'm not telling you that I'm going to celebrate if Bill Belichick is in the division, but...
Maybe not, but then again, it's... Josh Harris has always been willing. Like, this is what I don't like when people are anti-Josh Harris. And I know, like, I'm the weird one when I say that, but they've tried everything with the Sixers. They've tried a million coaches. He's been willing to pay players constantly. Like, they're always over the cap. Like, Josh Harris, I think, is a good owner. You know why? Because he's not really in the way, and he just cuts checks. Like, to me, that's a good owner. So he's not afraid to spend the money. Now, Mike Vito just showed me the Gruden trade was 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. And so for a guy like Bill Belichick, a historic coach like that, maybe it is a little bit more than that, which would be kind of scary. But I don't know. Like, Josh Harris has always been willing to do that thing that will, put his team in the best spot, which is why I've always had no problem with Josh Harris. Is that the right move? Probably not, like you said, Ray, but is he going to do whatever he can? He will, and I kind of respect that.
Yeah, I guess it's whatever you can. I don't know. Is it being enticed by the shiny object, or is it being, forward-thinking in what you're doing? Like, I think that's kind of what this is. This is the, Bill Belichick. That'll, reinvigorate interest, and that'll, probably lead to, the public thinking we're on our way up and lead to, a little bit of a good PR here. We'll probably sell some tickets from it. Maybe we'll get, a stadium built from it. I don't know if, like, the Bill Belichick splash is as much of substance as it is of just name. And again, it's nothing against what he's been as a coach. He's been a fantastic coach, obviously, throughout his entire NFL career. But we've seen, kind of the cracks in the armor the last couple of years. And it really hasn't been, like, think about everyone that's tried to take Bill Belichick's model of working outside of New England and tried to make it work in the NFL. Like,
yeah, that hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked. It worked.
Look at Josh McDaniels fired again.
Right. And please, nobody. Unless you're the Cowboys. I'd love to see him as the coach of the Cowboys someday. That'd be great. But
they
really,
go from one boob to another.
Exactly.
That'd be fantastic.
But really, no one give that guy another shot. But that's my thing. Like, I don't know. The model of New England, like, they made it work with, the GOAT, obviously, and they made it work in that organization, and they made it work at a very high level. Is it replicable today? Is it replicable with this organization that's already had enough problems as it is? I don't know if this is something to go, if they do make the splash, go ahead, God bless, go try your best with something here. But I don't know if this is the path I would walk down to trying to get back to relevance.
All right. Jeff McLane, we had on earlier today. We talked about Cam Jurgens with him, and he said, look, he expects him to, it might be a toss-up because of the bye the following week, but he just tweeted out that he is practicing, stretching, and ready to go. So Jeff said we'll see how he does in individual drills, and that might be the telltale sign of what the Eagles end up doing with Cam Jurgens for the Eagles against the Cowboys this weekend. And one more thing before I get to the phones, because I see Ben in Cherry Hills there. The ESPN tweet last night that bothered me, Ray. And this is just me being, I guess, just a loser. Yeah, it's just me being me. So they put out a tweet. The Rangers win the World Series last night. Whoop-de-doo. They put out a tweet of Scherzer and DeGrom. And they say, once former Mets co-aces, Max Scherzer and Jacob DeGrom are now champions with the Texas Rangers. Now, the point of it was to probably take a shot at Mets fans to get the clicks, to get the retweets, to get the likes, to get the responses, to get all the activity on social media. We know the deal. But Jacob deGrom has not played since, May? What are we doing here?
See, this is why I'm confused if you having a problem with it. I'm all for the fact
I get they're taking a shot at the Mets, and that's great. I hate the Mets. Bleep the Mets. But, come on. Don't give DeGrom any credit. DeGrom did squat.
Come on. Take the shot at the Mets.
It's like Zach Gallen getting chesty about the Diamondbacks getting to the World Series when he went 0-2 in the NLCS and then losing 2 more times in the World Series. It's the same thing.
I get it. If we're looking at this, but if we were looking at this from maybe St. Louis's perspective, if we were not Philadelphia-based, I'm all for them taking a shot at the Mets. I need a little something to laugh at, a little levity in my life, and if I can make fun of the Mets a little bit while I'm still wallowing in the sorrow of not getting past the NLCS, you know what? I'll take it for the moment. Does that make me a loser? Absolutely makes me a loser.
Absolutely makes you a loser.
But I am going to enjoy the fact that they're like, oh, wow, look at these former Mets that finally won a World Series. Because you know what? Screw them. Screw New York. Let me have the little small glimmer of something to look at. I understand why it's weird because you're like, okay, well, Scherzer went down, obviously he gets hurt, and that's, out of control, but it was something that's happened consistently, and that ends up, changing a little bit of the pitching plans that they had for the Rangers. They're able to overcome it, win the World Series. He at least was on the postseason roster. DeGrom, you're not there for months at a time, but let them take the shot at the Mets. Let us have this. Let them have that. Why not? Come on. Well, also,
I hate the Mets. I hate the Mets as much as the next guy. But come on.
We talked about I think we were going to get into at least at some point the ratings, and you were going to be petty about that and about everything. Talk about stories that grab people that are casuals. LOL Mets is a nice casual grab. The baseball casual.
So I'm the casual Sixers fan. You're the casual baseball fan.
No, that's not what I said at all. See, this is you twisting my words. There's something about this segment.
About it.
This is something about this segment. No, I'm talking about marketing-wise. I'm talking about, selling the game baseball. Making fun of New York, making fun of a bad New York team. Does that grab a casual sports fan? Yeah, that grabs a casual sports fan a lot more than anything, real game-centric that you got out of it.
So what you're saying is ESPN is for casuals.
What I'm saying is that ESPN's engagement model does play itself towards casuals. Yes,
all right,
I will say that.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Want to wish a very special happy birthday to our buddy Slippin' Benny. I love Slippin' Benny. Let's go to Ben in Cherry Hill. Hi, Ben.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, brother?
So, before the beginning of the season, I was completely out on the Sixers. And then I saw that first game. And they traded Harden. And I've completely bought back in, even though I told everybody I knew I wouldn't.
So you were out. So that was my question yesterday. So you were, after the trade happened. So you were out. You weren't going to jump in. You weren't going to put in the time and energy like we have the last couple of years. Well, 5, 6, 7 years now. Post-process, all those second-round eliminations. And the second they made the trade, you were bought back in. That's good. I'm glad that you're back.
I am, oh, God. Such a love-hate relationship with the Sixers. Every year they make it. I cry when they lose. I'll do it again this year, but hopefully they make it.
Well, they might not lose this year. You make another trade. You bring in another star that couples well with Maxey and Embiid. You're fine.
Oubre's looking good. They're all playing out of their minds right now, and I'm loving it. The Phillies.
So I'm glad that you're bought back in. Now, what do you got in the Phillies?
So with the Padres potentially having a fire sale now that you were talking about, I'm not looking at Juan Soto as much because he's more of a 2-year thing. I think we probably pick him up in free agency rather than trade for him if we know we have a better shot at that. And I'd look more at their pitching staff, what's going on with Hader, what's going on with Snell. Snell particularly, he had a great.
Well, Snell's a free agent. I think Hader might be a free agent too.
Oh, okay.
So those guys are already free agents, and so really, the big money is Machado, Tatis, and Soto, right? So that's why you take out the $50 million loan, and you're going to have to pay other players as well. And I get what you're saying, I could just wait for Soto, and he'll be good in 2 years from now as well. But your window is right now. You know what I mean?
That's
the window's right now. I don't want to wait 2 years to make the window bigger.
No, I want to wait.
I want to make the window bigger right now. Yeah. All right. Thanks for the call, Ben. I appreciate it. We don't have to agree. That's all right. That was not Slippin' Benny, by the way.
No, it was not.
I thought it was because he called from Cherry Hill last time. So I thought this would be a perfect lead-in to wish our man Slippin' Benny a happy birthday. And now I just opened up Twitter. He said, this isn't me, but I appreciate the birthday shout-out. But yes, happy birthday to one of our great listeners, Slippin' Benny. Hung out with him before NLDS Game 4 at the Lots, which is always great. But I thought that was the perfect lead-in. I see Ben from Cherry Hill. I go, oh, look, I might as well wish him a happy birthday. Wrong.
Good try.
I tried. Just it wasn't him. And that kind of sucks. It's kind of like the I've told this story before. Why not just embarrass myself? It was freshman year of high school, and there was a girl that I thought was really cute, and we hit it off in 8th grade. And remember, I was the chubby fat kid, so things didn't really go well with me in that department. And I walk into day one of freshman year of high school, and she waved, and I waved back, but she was waving at her friends behind me.
It's a tough look for you.
That's kind of what that just was.
It kind of was.
I thought I was wishing Benny a happy birthday, and because it's Ben from Cherry Hill. And it wasn't Benny. So, Ben, you're the girl from freshman year, whose name I won't say on the air because who knows. But yeah, that sucked, Ray.
I don't know if the
little 14-year-old Chun is walking in. Oh my gosh, he's waving at me. Hi. No, it was the group of girls behind me. That sucked.
I don't know if this is exactly
high school did not start off well for me, dude.
I'm sorry about that. Do you need to talk about that? We could get you. We could get you in contact. We could work that out for you.
I'm just gonna go to Maxie's afterward.
That's never mind. Anyways, while we're moving along this path, I don't know if that one's so much one that parallels as more of just this is just Tunis embarrassing stuff. Like I like Ben and Cherry Hill. Ben and Cherry Hill seems like a nice guy. I don't want to.
He's a nice guy. Yeah.
I don't want to strike him as Tunis in that example. I don't know what role you play or what role Ben and Cherry Hill plays in that story. I don't know if there's parallels to the story or if it's just you being embarrassed.
Well, no, he was the girl waving to me, and I went to take his call, but it wasn't he wasn't actually waving to me.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
If that makes sense.
Sure. I'm trying to play the rules out here in my mind, and it's not really working for me. To be honest.
That's all right. I'm gonna go have another slice of pizza,
okay,
beer, and I'll be all right. I'll bring one in tomorrow for you, cold, just the way I like it. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You want a slice of pizza? I will get you a slice of pizza.
Yeah, I'll take one. If you could get me a chicken parm.
Chicken parm? All
yeah.
Right. All right, I'll try to take care of it. All right, so that's gonna do it for us today. Listen, I had a ton of fun today. This was really special. Like I got the goosebumps when I walked past the bell tower this morning. Like I'm back on the campus where I walked around like the great educated student that I was.
Right.
C's get degrees. I did a great job, through my 4 years at Temple. But no, I had a lot of fun. It was an absolute pleasure. Scott, thank you so much for having us out here. President Engler, it was a great time having that conversation with him. It's very important, everything that Temple's doing here on campus. And it was great having Coach Fisher on and Coach Richardson talking about men's and women's hoops. That starts on Monday. They got the doubleheader. So, again, just a reminder. Go to the Temple Navy game this Saturday at 2 o'clock. I'll be there. I'm looking forward to it. You can get tickets still on AliceTix.com. Kids' tickets are as low as $10 on game day. But also the doubleheader, basketball doubleheader on Monday. It's November 6th at the Leah Core Center. Women's team faces off against Delaware State at 4 o'clock, while the men's team will take on Maryland Eastern Shore at 7:30. See 2 games for the price of 1. Visit AliceTix.com. I love that they're doing that. The women's basketball team is amazing, and it's a new era for the men's basketball team with Coach Fisher. We had one of his new recruits, Sam Hoffman, on the show earlier today as well, so it was a lot of fun. It's been a blast here. Like just seeing everybody walk into classes right now. It's great. You guys keep on being good students. Strive for those A's. Don't be like me. So everybody have a great rest of your day. Ray, thank you as always. I appreciate it. Mike Vito, great job as always. Aaron, I don't know where Aaron went. Aaron was here. Great job for Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Brendan Petrelli. You guys are all the best. Best show ever coming your way next at 2 o'clock, so make sure you check them out. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Football Friday tomorrow on Dallas Week. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Later, close to Dallas. Summary done. This update is brought to you by UPSJobs.com. Want a seasonal job that offers competitive pay? Join UPS online or in person at the Brown Friday event on November 3rd and 4th. Register at UPSJobs.com/Brown Friday. Eagles-Cowboys this Sunday, 7-1. Birds battle the 5-2 boys, 4:25. Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field. Wednesday's injury report for the Eagles listed Jalen Carter as a full participant. Jordan Davis and Cam Jurgens as limited. Both Bradley Roby and Boston Scott did not practice. In news coming across today, A.J. Brown, the NFC offensive Defensive Player of the Month. No surprise there. Going through a historic stretch, 6 straight games, 125-plus receiving yards. That is an NFL record. Cowboys won 4 of the last 5 over the Eagles. Jeff McLane joined the show earlier to talk all things Birds, get you set for that matchup. You can catch that conversation one more time at 975thefanatic.com. 76ers getting set for the Raptors tonight. Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, Marcus Morris, and KJ Martin were introduced to the media on Wednesday following the deal with the Clippers that brought them here. Of course, that sent James Harden and PJ Tucker, as well as Philip Petrushev, to Los Angeles. Nick Nurse said that Kelly Oubre will take over the spot in the starting lineup that was vacated by Tucker. 76ers game is tonight at 7. Catch the live call right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Flyers lost 5-2 to the Sabres last night. Carter Hart was pulled after just 10 minutes of the game due to an injury. We'll keep you updated with that one. Keep it locked here for all the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn on the home for the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
The best show ever. Opinion and conversation on Philly's hot sports topics. Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Jennifer Scordo. This afternoon at 2. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hey guys, Andrew. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. It's America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's right, $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on all the action. The app's super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-runners, and more. And you might be thinking, well, my bet's got to win to win $150. Well, if you take Cleveland, they're minus 370. $5 would normally win you $1.35. In this case, you win $150. So visit FanDuel.com/Fanatic. That's FanDuel.com/Fanatic and score early this NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL.
21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Patrick Fingles, founder of New Look Home Design.
And I'm Jess Fingles, manager at New Look Home Design.
What are you doing here, Jess?
Well, little brother, I'm doing the same thing you've been doing for over 20 years, offering a fantastic deal on roofing from a fantastic company.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, people refer to me as the better Fingles. So I figure I should give people an even better